Good morning, good evening, and good night. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, joined today by Badges and GenDesperado. How you doing, buddy?
G'day.
God, you look old.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Thanks. I feel old.
It's just like you and guests, just like that. You and people, as a general rule, shouldn't be interacting. It's not good.
Why not? Why not? That's just how generous hello. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So this week we'll be doing the usual affair. We'll have ISC. We'll also be taking questions from chat as we normally do. Obviously, we're going to have some questions for Jen. So if you've got any questions for Jen, let him know. How would you describe yourself, Jen? And what do you do? Tell people what you do besides exist.
Besides that, unfortunately, I'm somebody that works full time. But yeah, I just stream for fun. Enjoy Star Citizen despite its issues. Really enjoy the interaction with the community more than anything else, but that's what it's all about. Everything else is secondary after that. So, but just like to enjoy, have a bit of fun in the game. Well, try to anyway, and basically just enjoy the journey of Star Citizen and its development.
So I was talking to a few of your boys, and they say it's basically them looking after a sick puppy on stream. Would you agree with that, or is that a bit harsh?
I'd say to be more like looking after a sick pensioner myself.
Yeah, puppy is a bit too young. That's true.
Yeah, a bit too young.
Right.
Just the old bloke.
All right, so the bot is up. So make sure you get your questions in, and they'll come through to us to answer. Actually, one of the things you did want to look at was that post, Badges. Do you have a link for me at all, by any chance?
Yeah, I shall find one while we're talking.
All right. It's good to see that I could finally say we're got an episode, and you're not the beardless one here, Badges. So I think you're catching up. So yeah,
it's the beard. Do you know what? At work, I've started talking about my beard in the third person. I go to leave the office for 10 minutes. I'm like, I'm just taking my beard for a walk.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, it needs it from time to time.
Yeah, it's getting
absolutely. Yeah, this one just needs the oxygen.
First question is actually we're going to answer right now because that's a really weird one. But Squanch710 asks, "What is ISC?" ISC is Inside Star Citizen, is what that stands for, and that is the show that they put out every week. Every week that's not 5 months of the year. How does that sound?
Yeah.
So yeah. We'll have a look at that when they drop it shortly. It usually drops when we're live. If I flick over real quickly, I might actually be able to see.
I'm just firing the link to you, mate. So
yep.
There you are.
Looks like our friend Grim did an episode recently too.
Hey, Daily Noob.
All right.
He's in Twitch chat.
Oh, Daily Noob. Hey, man. How you doing? He's probably just finished streaming himself. He usually wraps up around this time. All right, so there's no ISI yet. No questions. So generally, we have questions pretty thick and fast, but there are none this morning, but that is fine. So if you do have a question...
It's probably a good time to go through the
patch.
Unless you think people... What do you think? Are we gonna go through it now, or do you think people are going to want to talk about it later? Because it's some fairly big news.
All right, I'll flick us over. See how this goes. Because Jen had background issues, so we've had to work around Jen.
Oh, I've always got background issues. That's what the cop said.
Yeah. Well, see, he does it himself. I didn't even mock him. He beats me to the punch. Right.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking.
Right. So, I've read this earlier. So the long and the short of it is that basically kind of merge the two patches together, and so instead of getting 18.1 we're going straight to 18.2. Now I don't think that's a terribly bad thing personally. It just means a little bit more waiting, and I'm going to be honest, it just saves them deployment time at the end of the day. So yeah, thank you for the subscription. Access 069 on Twitch. Yes, g'day, nice to see you.
G'day.
Yeah, so what's your takeaway from this then, Badges? Because that's my kind of long and the short of it. Is it's just
so I actually the first time I saw this was on Facebook, and someone had mentioned something along the lines of someone's comment was, "Oh God, what are they making us wait for 3.1 and 3.2 simultaneously?" And it's just one of those head desk moments. It's like, no, it's not what they're saying at all. So yeah, so basically, it looks like there's an extra phase of testing now where they lock it from the external testing, and they're then going to load testing it using new tools, hopefully to avoid the utter dumpster fire that we had with 318.
You're a lot more friendly than me. I would have said, no, it's not that. They're just making just you and only you wait for.
Yeah.
But yeah, so so 318 will be. I don't know. It says here the actual wording they use. We have locked 318.1 for external testing. Now I can still access it, I think. So I assume that means that they're not going to do anything more to it.
Yeah,
they're just going to load test the hell out of it.
Yeah, so locked means feature locked.
Yeah. So whilst they're doing that, they will also, it looks like, have a PTU. So whilst that's happening in wider PTU Wave 1 will be able to access 318.2.
Yeah.
And they were talking about this potentially today. And I imagine this is something they'll touch on inside Star Citizen as well.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, it just means that here they cite their reasons as that it will make space for the 319 branch as soon as possible, and that it'll, in general, help them reach their major milestones in a more timely fashion. So yeah, hopefully.
How do you read that, Jen? Is that good or bad news or indifferent?
Well, to me, it's good news because obviously they're learning from their mistakes as well, and they're trying to help us out as quickly as possible. And they got to do something. They do have to do something to try and help the situation. Like I said, it was a dumpster fire.
Were you expecting anything less, though, honestly? Like, be honest, when a big feature like that comes in.
No.
Yeah.
Of course not. And I think anybody that says, well, they should have this, they should have that, doesn't understand building anything, to be honest. There's so many unforeseen things that you just can't account for. So,
and they did leave it in PTU for like what felt a couple extra weeks past where it should have been, like where it would normally be. So they were trying to smooth it out as much as possible, but it's just one of those things. You just can't predict what's going to happen when things go live. It's just that simple.
Yeah, you just don't know.
So I think they did. I think it was fairly clean, really. Like I know there are still people that can't get in, but like realistically speaking, to implement something so large in such a short space of time, I think they've done remarkably well, personally.
Shinobi Trip, just to back up what you're saying there, Shinobi Trips just said in chat, I've only been able to access the game for maybe 20 minutes since 318 dropped. Stuck with 414 since, or 40,000.
So there are still people that are having issues, no doubt. But again, step back, look at the entire picture, like how big a thing that's been dropped, and how many people can get in and actually are having. And I would say, I don't know, you guys tell me, from what you've been able to get in, once you are in, it's pretty stable. Like it's probably it's a lot smoother than 317 was, as an example. So yeah, I think it's I think it's definitely a step forward in my book overall. Jan, what about you? Considering 317, how would you say it's stability wise?
I think it's way more stable in a lot. It does run smoother as well, but I just like the whole experience of it. Going back to places, everything is still there. And for that to happen, there's got to be issues. There's got to be problems in the end, and I think they are ironing them out. As much as we want them quicker, they're definitely ironing them out. So
I think most of the problems I have now is trying to navigate the pieces of space trash that someone's somehow exploded right in front of my hangar. I was flying just the other night. I was flying back in a what was I in? I think it was in a Vulture or something like that. And I was just landing at a space station, and there's this giant engine, and I had to like diagonally kind of go down and around it to get in. Yeah, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, that's so random.
I mean, this is going to be terrifying when they get space battles in and stuff. It's literally going to be the first of the Star Trek reboots where you drop out a quantum and it's instantly like, ah! And there's just debris everywhere, and you
yeah, breaks.
Yeah,
100%.
the dangerous thing goes from using elevators to coming out of quantum. Just people with SRVs going, yeah, that's big enough, that'll block it. Let's put that there.
Yeah, like you know, people set up the cars in the zombie apocalypse, except they've just done it with spaceships. They're just
yeah. Get the Hercules planet that way. That'll do. There's orbital marker 3. Ding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Exciting times ahead.
All right.
Jen, William Markham's got a question for you in chat, and his question is, what is your most loved activity in the verse? And you can't say going to the toilet.
Oh, damn. All right. Okay. Seriously, though, I think funny enough, I love bunker missions. I really do enjoy the bunker missions, but that's probably why I play so much Star Marine as well. I normally start out with, if I get the numbers, an hour of Star Marine. So and that's why I want them to work on that. But bunker missions, I've like, that's probably my go-to. And then it's bounties after that.
Do you play many other first-person shooters, Jen? I'm curious now.
I've played Battlefield, all the series, played Call of Duty. First-person shooters was my main go-to.
Yep.
So, yeah, always has been.
I pretty much did the same thing. Played all the Battlefields and things like that. No, yeah, we kind of waned off them a little. Yeah, I play a lot of Dark Code right now. Yeah, it requires a certain skill level to play though. But yeah. Yeah,
I am short in the head. Thank you.
Throwing shade there, X, just because I won't play Dark Side with you.
They finally bring out. They finally bring out a good 40k game, and this guy literally used to work for the bastards, and he still won't play it. So yeah.
I mean, they finally bring out a character that you identify with, X, the Ogryn.
Oh yeah.
Well, I thought that's where you were going with that, so I just thought I'd get in before you.
Yeah, they do look just like you. Every time I'm there, I'm like, looks just like Roger's.
Yeah. No.
Calm down, everyone.
Good. No, that's cool. Okie dokie. So I think it might be worth just letting, if you think X, just letting a few more people kind of come along before we start talking about the other bits. So another question for you?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Let's do. So T-Bone Teen 18. T-Bone Teen 18. Let's just go with that. Says the current Liberator is 2 size 2s and 1 size 1 pads. Any chance that will go up to 2 size 3 and 1 size 2 pad in our eyes? Jen, what do you reckon?
I got no idea. To be honest with you,
it's an honest answer. Thank you for that.
Yeah, because I'm just, to be honest, this for me, and this is me personally, in so early in the game with a lot of things, it doesn't bother me, to be honest. I'm just happy to wake up every morning still alive.
He's that old. It's got to that point.
It's that kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe some people, you're not really into the game or anything. It just.
So generally, you'll just be happy when the game actually, launches and you can say, "I survived. I made it to the start of Star Citizen." Right? Okay.
Wait a minute. As long as I end up still alive when the game comes out or close to out, then I'm happy.
We need that as merch when the game goes live and just achievement unlocked. Still alive when Star Citizen launched.
Yeah,
alive citizen.
With the Grim Reaper just over the back here.
Swinging out of the computer. Just like...
no!
It just says...
Click buy.
Just says 4 above the Grim Reaper.
Hello, Citizen Shenanigans. First time chat in Twitch. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, welcome to our pre-recorded show.
Yes. Yeah. We don't do anything live. It's just rubbish.
All right, so we are going to need some more questions from you guys too. So please bring them in thick and fast because we are kicking off very slowly today.
Absolutely. Well, what do you think, Zax? Do you reckon the current Liberator is going to go up in pad size? I'm not going to let you body swerve that question.
Yeah, I think we've both kind of talked a fair bit about the Liberator, and my concerns for it are the same as yours. It's like it's got an identity crisis. It either needs to do all vehicles or all ships. The fact that it does both is its biggest issue. Because like realistically, you're not going to want to take vehicles and ships at the same time. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, and in a lot of Turner phrases, I think you'd almost be better with the separate ships, so to speak. Like you'd be, if they put it this way, if they brought out a ship that just carried 3 other ships, I'd go with that and a Hercules. And you know, other little problems like just not having facilities for long range travel for the pilots of those ships and stuff like that. It just, it's not a combat ship. It's like it's probably got its place, but I just don't see it. Like I'd rather go in 2 separate ships is my main thing. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of, I don't know, you tell me, you're the military guy, but it looks like it was made by people that didn't have military thought in mind. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, you know, and we've covered this at length, but for T-Bone Teen 18's, God, that's awful to say. For T-Bone Teen 18's question, it's a shipping ship that unfortunately has a lot of pictures of it doing combat things. And I just don't feel like that's where that ship is. It's the loader. It's your really big truck when you're moving house. And I'm going to put this thing in it. I'm going to put that thing in it. And I'm going to move from whichever system I joined the game in to my little plot of land on the planet where I'm building a base or wherever. Or I'm going to go and join my org miles away. It's that sort of thing. And actually, potentially, it could be a really nice link to the whole kind of, I don't know, contracts thing for new players to come in and then be a string of kind of friendly players who are like, yeah, I've got a Liberator, I could take you to wherever you need to go. You know, kind of the movers of the Star Citizen universe. That
literally could be it. It could be a ship that, the person that owns the Liberator, someone rents them to help them move all their shit. That literally could be in a nutshell, and it would be a damn sight cheaper to hire something like that than, say, get a whole Kraken to take all your shit across. But
I don't see it as a battleship anyway. So, and it should never be like that.
That just calls it a shipping ship. That's what he calls it. A ship
basically,
ship.
That's what it should be.
So,
and if you're going into hostile territory, then you're going to need backup with it.
Yep, it's a trans system moving truck. It's people are not. It's not a carrier. So shut up, Dirty Noob, because it's not. So there. In Twitch chat trying to wind me up, and it worked.
Yeah, take that.
Cool. Okay. Destro asks, besides captain and pilot, what role do you want for yourself on a large multi-crew ship? I assume you mean multi-crew ship, not a multi-cruise ship. But multi-crew ship. What do you reckon, Jen?
Yeah, one origin ship is more than enough. You don't want multiples of those, but yeah, okay.
Well, the only role I enjoy is the gunner. That's it. That's
man of simple taste.
That's my role. Yep. I love just shooting shit. So, that's what I want.
I like it when it go boom.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, yes. Simple taste. That's it. Shoot shit. I'm happy.
I think we'll have to get Mrs. Tomato together with Jen at one point. She likes to kill things as well. If you know Space Tomatoes.
Yep.
Mrs. Sheep, she likes to kill things.
Yeah. So, I get where she's coming from.
Absolutely. And I forget what the cartoon is even, but there was a cartoon where there was a really big, like, hulking dude was one of the party of the heroes thing. And his thing was everywhere he used to go, they would find something like, look at this is really cool. And he'd just be at the back going, can I break it? But no, you can't break it. And finally he gets his episode where they're in like the command center of the bad guy and they're like, all these computers, they can see everything. We can't let that. And it's, can I break it? And the lead guy's like, yes, finally you can break it. How about yourself, X? What would you go for?
What was the question? Sorry, I'm doing.
Besides captain and pilot, what role would you want for yourself on a multi-crew, large multi-crew, or capital? I assume as well.
I think what'll probably end up happening with me is I'll probably be a hyper generalist, so I'll probably be someone that kind of goes between things, and does different roles. So I probably not the pilot, but maybe the captain of a few different things, and that's only because of the knowledge base, not because I want to be the captain type of thing. But yeah, I remember years ago when Algrid and I were talking in our org, and they kept putting me forward as Idris pilot and stuff like that, because he just goes, you know everything. So it's just the type of job, you know, if shit hits the fan, you can just tell people exactly what needs to be done and stuff like that. So I don't think that's really changed too much for me personally. Not that I want to be a captain, just because I know a lot, you know, again, as I said, hyper generalist. So yeah. But I'm happy just doing stuff with friends, like the salvage stuff we've been doing recently. Like for me, it's the people is the real draw card to the game. Hanging out with people and just having a good time.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just from the Reclaimer, one of the things I'd be really interested in doing is drone controller on a ship. Be that the Reclaimer or something else like recon drone or you know, repair drone, or just having that role would be quite cool. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried. So when it becomes a little bit more obvious how fleets are going to work, I want to do a series of videos on fleet command, on how that would work, tying it in with relatively current as I was, fleet tactics. And I'm a little bit worried people are going to start expecting me to put my money where my mouth is and get me to do that with a fleet. But no thanks. I'm all right. But I can talk about the tactics.
Just taking some notes now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like talking about football and playing football. They're two different things. But yeah. Okie dokie. So,
just for Jen, in the Discord, there's a channel called Stream Questions if you want to see the incoming questions, Jen. And we just tick off the ones that we've read out.
Yeah, just a thumbs up for the ones that we've.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have permission, so.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, well, too bad.
Right. That's right. I didn't have permission until very recently.
Man.
In fact, for people who, just going back a couple of questions, for people who want to know what Jen does when he plays, there's a great video on his channel. In fact, I think it's your intro video, isn't it, Jen? Where you're chasing someone around in Star Marine with a knife. And you basically start the whole thing with, I just want to shank and julienne someone.
Yeah, slice, dice, and julienne.
That's the one. And then this guy comes around the corner, and he's got like an assault rifle, and you last a lot of time hitting him with a knife. That guy must have been screaming at his screen. Just the sight of you there going with a knife.
He wasn't really scared. He's just soft.
With possibly the worst aim of anyone in Star Marine.
Yeah. One of those people that go, he's playing an controller or something.
Yeah, playing it on a laptop touchpad.
All right, you want to ask that question there by Mayak? I think is the next one.
Yeah, so linked to this, have you seen the updated MOTD? They're moving quickly. That one. The things have evolved a little already. I haven't. I shall go and have a look now.
I assume he's talking about the post we're reading out, yeah?
Yes, possibly. Question mark.
Look myself.
Is this the one? Is this the one you mean, Mark? The 318 testing update, or is there something else that you wanted us to look at?
6 days ago, 9 days ago, 1 day ago. That's the same one. Nope. All right, get him. Just link it to us directly, please. And we'll have a look at it. All right. Next question. Do you want to go the next one, Badges, please?
Okey-doke. So Revan asks, thoughts on the drug trading exploit being made public from content creators on whether or not there should be an UEC wipe because of it?
I think when someone does something like that, they're trying to force people's hand. Whether you should or not, the other question kind of comes down to it really hasn't been that long length of time. And I think they're thinking, like, I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, is one, it gives them clicks and clout, and two, it really hasn't been that long amount of time. So if they do it now, it means that they get it reset sooner. I guess that's the other way to look. I don't know. I'm just putting myself in their shoes. What do you guys think there? Do you think if there has been an exploit like that, it's worth resetting?
For me, I'm sort of neither here nor there to a degree. The game isn't far enough long for it to be a major issue. But then again, I feel sorry for new players coming in and somebody's got 100 billion alpha UEC, and how the hell did you get that? I'm flat out getting 20,000. I feel sorry for new players. So from that point of view, I would wipe it, just start afresh. But other than that, I don't have a major issue with it.
We have lived for months and months and months with exploits like that in the past, so they're not detrimental. You know, like, it's always going to get wiped again before live, right? We all know this. So to me, half a dozen one, 6 of the other type thing. So yeah, I don't know. What about you, Badges? You in the same shop?
Do you know what? I've got to throw my lot on Magen here, I think, right? I think, actually, you know, and Deadlock Archives is saying exactly what I'm thinking in chat. This game has no player-to-player economy. Okay, there's a few people trading rail guns, but and it says it's not a zero-sum game. If someone cheated to get rich, it doesn't affect my ability to get rich or even anything to do with the game. And I think that's it. You know, and actually, I don't think for CRG at this point it really matters. If you look at when we all got given far too much AUEC, and then if you weren't savvy and didn't spend it all immediately, you got it taken back off you. They're not bothered about you buying ships with AUEC because it means you probably don't own it for real. And if you really, really like it, you might end up buying it. And forget buying it. It means that people that don't have the money can try ships without having to trawl hours and hours and hours into the game. You know, why shouldn't someone who doesn't know the game, doesn't really understand the best way to grind things out, or just doesn't enjoy those loads, why shouldn't they be able to try Hercules and 890 jumps and reclaimers like the rest of us? And sure, there's the free fly, but I, and everyone in chat who's ever played the game on a free fly knows that's not the best time to get into the game because the servers are just, you know, for the whole thing of it.
They're like Jen when he's trying to get out of bed in the morning. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Oh, it's worse than that. It's way worse than that.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I just think, of course, they'll have to close it. As for content creators publicizing it, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I have no more at this stage of the game. I have no more problem with that than I do someone creating a guide.
Yeah.
To do something, you know, it's great.
Yeah.
But like X said, to me, this is where I have the issue with it, is a lot are doing it for the clicks, not because they really want to help out. It just and I steer clear of those kinds of videos anyway. So once I see that, not interested.
I think that is how do I put it?
Not that all are doing it for that reason, but
no,
I get that general feeling.
You get that they get a short-term gain, but like if that's all they ever do, eventually it comes home to roost. So you know, not my thing. And it sounds like it's not yours either. Yeah. All right. There was so Sam passed posted that message of the day for us. He said, Thursday, I heard you all love PTU builds, so we have 2 possible builds coming today. We have a new 3.18.1 build coming in about 2 hours with extra logging to track down the major delays that have been apparent in the PU. We're also working on a new 3.18.2 build for release into the ePTU. That's the eVicardi test build. This evening, and a few hours after the other release for all backers. Yes, Reclaimer elevator bug is fixed in this branch. Thank fuck. That's all I can say. Because it just seems like such an oversight to do a salvage patch and not go, oh yeah, might just have a quick look at this ship. This major ship that most people are going to be using. And
but that's not we'll believe it when we see it. Right, I don't want to be that guy, mind you, but
you appear to have done this sort of thing before.
Just a couple of times.
So I remember they came out recently. It said, like, if you play as a female, you won't get stuck in the seat. Well, I was getting stuck in the seat, and you should actually look at the instructions that Daily Noob sent me. It works, but it's like doing a cheat code every time you want to get out of the chair. It's like you've got to go URI blah blah blah, and then you got to hold it. Like, it's like 4 keys in a row. It works every single time, but it's like putting a cheat code in to get out of the chair every single time. And the buttons you got to press are also the ones that turn the engine off and on, and the power off and on. So every time you get out of the ship, you're leaving the power on almost every single time. And it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. It works though. Like, it was a solid fix. Like, I'm like, who the hell figured this out? Like, it's just like pressing 4 keys in a random order and then holding the last one. Crazy. But it just shows you just how many people are playing this game that someone's just gone, oh, that worked. and they were able to repeat it. Like, that's the craziness. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, next question, please, Badges.
Okay, Shem Pastor over on Twitch asks, will we get another carrier like the Kraken, and from which manufacturer?
We've talked about this at length, haven't we, Badges?
Oh, yeah.
Because technically, the Liberator at its size point, there's room there for one between the Kraken and the Liberator.
Yeah, no doubt.
Manufacturer, Crusader, Argo, you lean probably a lot more towards something industrial, unless they're going down the military line as well, like they have with the with Anvil. But it really could be anything. Oh,
thanks, guys. Noted. Multiple people ISC has dropped, so we will be heading over there shortly.
Yep. I don't know. Jen, I might chuck this one back to you because I know you don't give a shit about ships. But if you had to pick a hey, Jen, meet the bus. But like
I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah. But what manufacturer do you think would be a good carrier manufacturer? Like for me, it's something like Crusader. Or just to help you, I think it would be like Crusader or Argo would be really good options.
Well. So I'd have to, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but I would agree with you on that one. It's against everything I believe in agreeing with you on something, but that one I'll agree with you. I reckon Crusader out of the lot of them would be definitely the way to go. It's got that feel about it. So
yeah, I do think eventually we'll probably see some form of capital ship from almost every manufacturer in the game. So there's a couple of good choices there. So, what about you, Badges?
If you had to say that, what area of the game does not have enough ships? It's carriers, without a doubt. The only carrier we have in the game that is a carrier, shut up, Liberator fans, is the Kraken. And it is that is literally it, right? It's the Kraken, and which is fine. But it's when you look at, you've got the Idris that can kind of do the role, but just a non-combat or a not so much combat ship that can put the stuff away inside it itself, like the Bengal can, like the Kraken can with its internals, that's designed to get all of these hundreds of fighters, it feels like we have at times, more than, somewhere more than the same system that they're in. Because we've said this multiple times, haven't we, X, that people need to start grasping, for those that haven't yet, fighters are going to be in their own system. They've talked about Vanguards, the heavies, being able to go like a system over, but that's it. That's your ring. And when you're trying to strike something 3, 4, 5 systems away, you're either going jump into a system, fuel, 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 jump into the next system, fuel, 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 jump into the next system, fuel, 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 or stick everything on a carrier, go at once with all your mates. You know, someone could, well, you know, I'm online for the next 8 hours, so I'll do the 2 hours it's going to take us to get there. You guys do what you want, log out on the beds, come back in, we'll be there. Ta-da!
That or logging a Starfarer with you everywhere you go, type of thing.
Well, in that case, I've changed my mind. Make it an Origin, make it sexy, plush, and comfortable. Done. That's it.
Yep, absolutely. I want jacuzzis. I want cinemas.
If I'm going to be doing that,
onboard barbecue, I'm not even stepping foot on it. Yeah,
it's got to be luxury. That's what I want.
Did you just become Scottish there? That was really luxury. So I can air my kilt out on the linen.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Flick over to I've got a question for you real quick, Jen, before we go over to ISC. Are you a Kraken man or an Idris man, if you had to pick between those two?
Well, I do. I own a Kraken. I don't own an Idris, so if that's your answer.
That's good. You got good taste, so that's good.
Yeah. So.
In chat, I'm going to switch this over to the browser real quick. What the hell does he mean by this title? 150. Is this a rapping reference?
It's not even tree Fitty, is it? It's
no, it's 150.
150.
Yeah.
So I'm really confused.
No clue.
Yeah, like this is the worst title I think he's ever done, and that says a lot if you've ever looked at titles. So
what's the current price of the SRV?
Oh yeah, 150. I think that might actually be one.
Just damn.
Oh dear. Okay. We are on this one. I'm just switching you two boys over so you can hear sound.
Roger.
Alrighty, here we go. Jen, I'm going to make you a little smaller, so don't be offended, okay?
Yeah, that's all right.
Actually, I'm going to flip you. Well, that's what I'll do.
No, nobody ever said thank you to that, did they?
Transform and flip horizontal, so I can put you. There we go. There we go. Just so you're not taking up so much space.
Did I do that?
Yeah, fine. just so you're not blocking people's image. They can still see your ugly mug though. It's all good. All right, here we go.
Where?
As the first quarter of 2023 comes to a close, we're hitting a few milestones here for what we call internally the Evergreen Content team. That's the folks that are dedicated to the creation of weekly, recurring, some might say evergreen video content. For Inside Star Citizen, today's show represents the completion of our 4th year and 150th episode since that first evolution from a...
Right, I have to stop him here. If you are ever watching this, Mr. Disco, your titles are not evergreen. They're not. You need to put titles in that people can search. So I thought this, like I said it earlier, but now you've brought it up, I have to address it. Your titles are not searchable. And if, like, again, you've done a title of 150, that doesn't mean anything to most people that know what the SRV is. And there is no way to search through tags. You don't even tag the episodes. So there's no way I can just put in on the Star Citizen channel SRV and it brings up all the SRV channels. So you need to do tags and you need to start properly titling your episodes. How do I know this? Because we used to do puns as episodes like you do still today. We used to do that. And we actually found by changing them to evergreen titles, the number of views just went through the roof because people were actually able to go back and content was truly evergreen. So if I was to ever give you a bit of feedback, that's the feedback. I don't know if you guys agree or want to say anything there, or we can just move on.
There you go, Jared. Take it.
Yeah. So I do it from love. I'm not doing it to be an asshole. You want evergreen content? Fix your titles.
Round the verse in 2019. And when you factor in the legacy of ATV and Wingman's Hangar before that, we're now just passing the 450th episode of this continuing behind-the-scenes series unlike anything you'll find from any game developer anywhere else. And yet, somehow, still, we never show anything good.
Oh, no.
It also marks the personal completion for me of 8 years shepherding over 1,200 videos showcasing the creation of this project. Even that one holiday live stream we don't like to talk about anymore. So to sign us off for this quarter, before we go about our regularly scheduled hiatus, we're bringing back an old favorite, that grab bag of tiny looks at various aspects from all over development, the Sprint Report. Now, for those of you who maybe have never seen one of these before, a sprint is what we call the internal 2-week cadence where developers go off on a task, come back to check in, see everyone's progress, get some notes, and then either move on to something else or go back for another 2-week sprint on the same feature. So, what that means is what you're going to see here this week is actually internal developer art, the kind they don't usually make to be seen publicly. It's not the flashy and somewhat mentally unstable work of the ISC gameplay capture team, who have been on quite a streak recently, possibly because we changed their medications. So without further ado, let's jump into the Inside Star Citizen Q1 2023 Sprint Report and Clam Bake Showdown. I'm assuming that editorial will put a nice, subtle title on screen right here. Also, there's no Clam Bake Showdown. I don't know why I said that. Let's start things off with some spacecraft and vehicles, where there was recently a small onboarding task for a new hire to update the remote turrets for the 600i from Origin, which you can see here. I think we can all agree it's a noticeable improvement over what's in the game today.
Definitely.
And if you watched
That dude
last
already
week's
needs a raise.
I reckon.
Yeah.
Pay him more, them more, whoever it is.
ISC on the upcoming changes to tractor beams and Alpha 319 and beyond, you might have noticed the Argo SRV flying around in that Beyond section. Here's a closer look at its progress as it currently makes its way through final art towards a scheduled release later this year. Now, for those who follow the progress tracker on the public roadmap, here are your first looks at 3 vehicles currently making their journeys throughout the pipeline.
Well, I mean, how good is say it had more glass on it? So, yeah. Interesting tires too.
There'll be no privacy in that thing.
No. If it's a rockin', please don't look through my window.
Ow, chicka wow wow.
Does look good though.
I'd have to check, but I think the tires are bigger than they are on the Ursa. I could be wrong. We'll see.
It does look a lot bigger.
Yeah. Definitely wheelbase wise, it looks different. So yeah, interesting.
With the RSI Lynx Rover, companion sojourner to the famous Ursa we all know and love, an often found package with the luxurious Constellation Phoenix. It's currently in gray box phase, and it's nice to see the RSI styling continue to evolve.
Algren and I have also been thinking that they may do a medical, and I think Paul brought it up as well, a medical variant of this, and just seeing what I saw there, I could see that as a medical variant.
Did you see in the back it had a mini fridge with bottles of champagne and glasses in it?
Oh, no. I'm going to go back real quick.
Yep, it's a medical ship.
Further back?
Further back?
Yep, definitely medical in that case.
Oh, yeah.
There.
Oh, yeah.
There.
Look, you got the little,
it's got shelves for glasses and bottles of wine and all
so it's quite spacious back there, to be honest with you. So
yeah, because one of my first thought was this better fit with the Constellation. Looking at her, there's no way that fits in the Constellation, not the normal one.
It's meant to take up the same footprint as the Ursa, so I'd be really surprised if they it does look wide, but again, remember anything we learned from the shots of the Banner Merchantman is it could just be this angle makes its ass look big. So yeah,
just tell yourself that.
Love, an often found package with the luxurious Constellation Phoenix. It's currently in gray box phase, and it's nice to see the RSI styling continue to evolve, especially with those tires. I mean, I'm not usually a tires are cool dude, but those are cool tires, right? And as we move inside, we can take a look at the cockpit coming along. And then there's the rear, which is at the back, and which is already far more fancy than its Ursa brethren.
Wow, so it's only got 2 seats in the back. That is, to me, that's actually pretty luxurious. take note, CIG, take these stylings and put them back in the Phoenix now, and I think a lot more people would be happier. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought the tires were cool, but can a chair also be cool? Because that looks like a comfy ass chair. Can I say
Give
that?
me an actual chair that looks like that. Like, I'd buy it. I can sit in here. I'd buy that.
Do you know, actually,
Listening.
somehow see down the road, someone does like a range of Star Citizen gamer chairs, and they're just like all the chairs from all the actual manufacturers. That'd be sick.
Yeah, and once you're in, they don't let you out.
But all you're gonna kick her to get out.
No, I just edited it out. Yeah, we're fine. Good job. There's also the Crusader Spirit, which just entered Greybox phase recently. You can see here early work on the exterior, making certain every part of it matches the metrics laid out in the white box phase before it. Then popping in through the rear of the ship, which, like the Lynx, is also in the back. And then into the cockpit that's looking, well, a bit contrasty at the moment. But that's...
So, last week someone pointed out that they thought that there was a shot of this in game, and I think that kind of confirms it probably was accurate. I don't know if you remember that, the component removing one badges, where they were removing the components, and someone said it looks like it's from
Yeah,
Spirit.
absolutely.
Yeah, I think they were right. Now we're seeing this.
Agreed.
It's not uncommon for Greybox phase, as this period is mostly about defining shape language and material breakup before everything gets refined later in final art phase. And then let's take a look at the Greybox bomb bay for the bomber variant that's being worked on in tandem with all the others. Finally, let's look at recent Greybox progress on the Apoa Santok Yai, the alien Shion Fighter, where you can see the exterior coming along pretty well.
Actually, I'm going back. I want to look. Hang on. I want to look at the spin again.
Yai, the alien Shion Fighter, where you can see
Thought I saw something that didn't exist. All right.
the exterior coming along pretty well. The thrusters are being modeled out. And they've started exploring how the landing gear will work, experimenting with the shape language a bit to make certain they're beefy enough to believably hold the mass of this entire ship when all is said and done. And as for when you're going to see the 600i turret, the Lynx, the SRV, the Spirit, the Santok Yai, and more make their way into the persistent universe, I'd recommend, as always, keeping an eye on the public roadmap for details when they become available. Now let's move from ships that fly to winged creatures. As astute readers of the monthly report might already be aware, one of the many things the AI team is currently working on is pushing Boyd's development in the persistent universe. Now, Boyds are the algorithmic behavior of small creatures that can populate the planets and moons of the persistent universe, with a test here of condors slowly learning to avoid flying into mountains or drowning in the oceans beneath them. Dun 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 Condor Man. Nobody, huh? Just me? And then some work on ocean fish. Here, completely, totally, and utterly unanimated. It's just a test of behaviors here, people, without all the motion parameters that'll make them look good one day. Now, I'm including this as a test. If I see all you out there on the internet's like, these Star Citizen fish look great, I'm gonna know you don't listen to a word I'm saying. My feelings will be hurt. Meanwhile, the Interactables team, formerly known as the Props team, have been running through and physicalizing a bunch of assets for the persistent universe, like these weights for gyms like the ones you might find in New Babbage. Similar to the fish we just watched, this is also before animation has had their chance to contribute.
Does that mean we have to do workouts in the persistent?
Damn.
God damn, I didn't work out in the real world. Why do I have to do any video game?
I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
So let's not judge the throwing form being displayed here. Still, it's nice to see even the littlest things in the verse behave naturally with realistic math and physics whenever possible. This effort to make things behave as you'd expect them to also extends to the coffee machines of the verse, with a pass recently done to go through and repair their broken functionality. Now, I did consider turning this section into an update on either bartender or mess hall features, just for old time's sake. But someone who will go unnamed stopped me. Just know that there are heroes out there looking out for each and every one of you. Also, it looks like the team developed a few new coffee mugs along the way. We'll just let this video play for a bit, see a couple coffee cups in action, and think about how much bartender stuff I'm not talking about right now.
I guess we know some upcoming subscriber.
Oh dear.
Speaking of bartenders, if you want some Interactables of your own, there's this new set of Star Citizen pint glasses up for pre-order on the web store. I asked if they wanted me to promote them, and they said no, because you'll probably do something silly and stupid with it. And I said, leave it with me. And they said, what? No, we said no. And I said, no problem. And here we are. Back to the Interactables team. They've also been prototyping a new way to hang a variety of posters on the walls of the player habs and spacecraft with these new expanding electronic devices that could let you decorate any space that's marked up for them.
As you said, more hanger flare.
The prototyping here
What was it? Sorry, subscriber flare.
is using common adverts for in-universe events, but the possibilities of this feature become apparent very quickly in allowing players to not only decorate their spaces, but to collect and memorialize important moments from their time in the persistent universe, to take missions to set up flyers for in-game shops or events, post bulletins for bounty missions, and much, much more. And this last bit is from both the Interactables and Mission Feature team, who have been developing the next dangerous new contraband to sweep its way through the persistent universe, grasping weevil eggs. Grasping weevil eggs. Is this what's the file name? Oh, no, that's what it is. Huh. Let's switch on over to the environment, planetary, and lighting team's work with these images of updated atmosphere progress for the planet Hurston, which adds a stronger layer of pollution much closer to the planet's surface that helps suck light out of the atmosphere, add a richer gradient, and really just makes the place seem dirtier overall, which we can expect to play very well with the upcoming Loreville 2.0 and Alpha 3.19, some of which you can see here. I'm just gonna let these images speak for themselves a bit. And we'll take a deeper look at how light, atmosphere, and the new cityscape all come together in Alpha 3.19 when ISC returns from hiatus in just a few weeks. And while the atmosphere of Hurston is getting a little love, so too are the verdant forests of Microtech. As part of a greater overall overhaul we'll be discussing more of in the coming months, the forests of Microtech are receiving a performative refresh that will make the environment seem richer and denser visually, while providing more gameplay opportunities for cover during missions, racing, and other activities galore. The landing zone teams have also completed a sprint adding additional mission locations scattered around the planet Crusader in the style of resort hotels that can utilize overlays for pleasant, in-use active businesses, as well as those taken over by the ever-present and vile Ninetails. Each new cluster is designed to be a procedural home for a variety of mission types, and looks to draw players out from Orizon and into the far corners of the gas giant. And down on the surface of Hurston, work is underway on an early white box phase of local law enforcement offices, a place for players to utilize the next evolution of bounty hunting gameplay we'll discuss more about later this year, to collect, or in this case, drop off the captured bodies of criminal outlaws collected by players. Now, the drop-off here is right up front, because in early tests, it was getting kind of weird just walking through the hallways, pushing bodies deeper and deeper into the facility. Unless you're into that sort of thing. Moist noodle. You can then also check out the bounty boards to collect new missions here, or go forward into the shop and resupply as needed. And there's an office for meetings, but who needs more of those in life? And then we bring ourselves to the detention area, where a number of cells can vary from location to location. I suspect that many of you will be looking forward to spending your time anywhere else besides Kleischer, even if it's just a jail and not a prison. Also in white box is the pre-production blockouts for a variety of building interior modules that will...
It's interesting to see that that gameplay is coming though later in the year. I think that's a bit of a confirmation of it, really. So yeah,
will fit inside the towering skyscrapers of New Babbage on Microtech, being developed and tested in situ simultaneously to work out and discover anything developers might not have considered or recognized as necessary in the original mandate. The idea here is that once the player lands, they would enter this particular interior from the very top, encountering a lobby and expected elevators. Then, after a brief trip down, emerge into a number of different interior modules, such as block of player apartments seen in the example here.
Good to see that they're not just doing Lorville. So that also makes me think they must be going back and doing ArtCorp and Horizon as well, hopefully. So they're doing all of them at once, which is
you'd think so.
Yeah, because they can do the, obviously, using the procedural tech they've got, they can just essentially change the textures, which is kind of what they've been doing so far. Like, that's how, essentially, we all have the same elevators, just different lighting and stuff like that. So it is the same legwork for all of them, which is interesting.
And speaking of modular interiors, the Montreal Tools team continues their work refining the very process used to make locations for the persistent universe, including several sprints on something called the PU Locations tool, a plugin that artists and designers can use to build and iterate modular locations quickly for the various star systems of the persistent universe. What you're seeing here is the PU Locations tool fully integrated into the game editor, where this person has decided they wish to create a space clinic in Pyro. No doubt a location players will visit quite often in the lawless frontier that awaits. Next, let's cook the first module, which is the lobby and includes the relevant connectors necessary so that the player can traverse from one room to the other without falling through into the cold depths of space. It's important players feel safe in their space stations, at least from the environment art. Legal note, this does not extend to elevators, which are a unique curse upon players and developers alike.
Yep.
Next is what's called the universe.
They better have a quest somewhere in the game now that's just like some guy caught in an elevator and the whole thing is just like someone got the power turned off so you can get him out. You know,
some haunted elevator quest where you've got some elevator is actually killing people.
Yeah.
CIG.
Make it happen.
That was our idea.
Halloween.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Reversal room, which is a super fancy programmer term for hallway. They know it's true. We can even change the seed if we don't like that particular hallway and generate another and another, each one creating the various connectors needed for us to continue building. And then some side rooms, or in rare cases, a rear room, which is usually at the back. Some shops like the pharmacy. Oops, and assert. I'm going to leave that in there for solidarity with developer pain. Now let's go inside and start cooking some overlays, which is basically everything involved in the set decor that will further distinguish one space clinic from the next. Things are pretty generic at the moment, so we turn on our viz areas, check our tags, start the cook, and whoa, nice. We move forward. Looks like we forgot to cook a container. Easy enough. We're not going to put rooms here, so let's go ahead and start closing these connectors off.
So the really interesting thing here is just showing how quickly they can take a room system and change it between different locations. So like this generic one, as he calls it, you can see how that could very quickly become a Lorville or an Horizon, or like, so the tech is maturing essentially. That's really interesting.
And then we can cook us up another overlay for this side room here. Nice. And this process is repeated in all subsequent rooms, and overall, it's another terrific example of how game development is exponential and absolutely non-linear in progress. Now, as asset libraries are built and grown and tools are conceived and iterated on, the progress you can make at one point should be exceeded by the next, and overall becomes a continuing reminder that the struggle of what comes before is necessary and right to birth the improved technologies, efficiencies, and general effectivenesses of everything that comes next, including a new version that does everything you just saw in one click that recently became available to developers. And while we're talking new technologies, let's wrap things up this week with some work from the PU character art team, which had a small sprint working to convert some of our
It is indeed
older legacy assets to newer resources that have been developed over recent years, including Layer Blend V2.
Wow.
Mm.
I don't know how well this is coming through on the video, but night and day. Absolute night and day. Wow.
And the ability to spawn items with specific levels of wear and decay. So this means that not every version you find out in the verse is going to look exactly the same. The team is also using the opportunity to discover more chance.
Now remember, Chris Roberts himself was the one working on the cloth tech. So that's our man right there.
To further modularize existing armors like the Nomad and Light Outlaw you're seeing here, as well as many more we'll be showcasing later this year. It's part of a continuing effort to add more customization to what you wear in both the new stuff that's coming down the pipeline and what's already there in the persistent universe.
So just like what we said about gold passes on ships, this is more, you know, updating the tech that they've learned along the way into all the characters as well. It's the same thing. And this will probably, you know, after the game's released, they'll probably continue to do this. Every couple of years, they'll update the graphics to increase with performance of computers and stuff like that as well. And
Do
again,
they understand
yeah,
that they have broken gaming?
Mm.
Like, do they have any idea how many basement-dwelling idiots are going to be really angry because the female isn't in boob armor?
Which is,
I don't know. Maybe down the line they'll make female boob armor. I don't know. We'll see.
I hope they don't, but
no.
Like, there's just so many things in this game that just haven't been in other games before. Like, the wear and tear on armor is just... Where have you seen that? Nowhere. Like, it's all baked in on other games. In this game, like, you essentially... Every default armor or default vehicle has, like, all those states now. And, you know, not only can it be, like, weather-worn, it can be age-worn. And, you know, it kind of makes every piece of armor feel unique. You know, and you combine that with the colors that you can put on it and stuff like that, and the different materials like brass or copper and stuff like that. You can see it very quickly. You expand out this absolutely huge repertoire that just makes everything feel completely bespoke. And I don't know, you know what I'm trying to get at. Like, it's just another thing in their tool belt that makes the game feel so much bigger than it actually is. So
yeah, and feel more real.
Yeah. That's the big part, making it feel real. Yeah.
Customization also extends to a variety of tints that can be used for spawning armor variants within the universe, which you can see in some early explorations here. This will allow mission and location designers to specify specific variations of components and tints for different areas, or use procedural tools to randomly generate dozens and dozens of variations for each outfit. And when that gets extended...
He pretty much just said what we said.
To many of the outfits already within the universe, this will get us a far greater variety of things within the Persistent Universe than we have today. And oh heck, I know I said we were going to wait until our last big segment on Lorville in just a couple weeks once we return from hiatus, but let's go ahead and leave you with just a few shots of the absolutely fantastic work the lighting team is doing, bringing this new Lorville 2.0 to life. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up and let several thousand words of images do the talking instead.
Damn, that's Blade Runner 101. Anyone that's a big fan of the original Blade Runner, Lorville is definitely Blade Runner. Wow. And if that's moving as well, like, oof.
Mm.
I just love how things like this are going to finally come out, and so many doubters are just going to have to shut up. Like, it's just like,
Yeah. It's
sweet,
crazy, isn't it?
yeah. It's,
Yeah.
I love it when something comes out and you get like, I was out at board games last night, right? And I don't talk about Star Citizen when I go down there at all. And someone came up to me and started talking to me about it. And then someone tried to shut the conversation down, which has happened in the past. And he said, no. I approached him and I asked him, and I genuinely want to know what he's got to say. And then the other person shut the fuck up. It was kind of interesting.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that there are, as always, a lot of ships and vehicles in the pipeline, all scheduled to make their way to the persistent universe throughout the remainder of this year. That work to bring fauna to the persistent universe is back on the menu. That grasping weevil eggs are a thing, as is the continuing work to physicalize as many aspects of Star Citizen as possible. That locations, new and old, continue to be iterated on and improved upon, as do the tools our team members use to create them, and that boy, howdy, gee willikers, I'm pretty certain we're just going to park the only constant outside Lorville at night for all of Star Citizen Live next quarter. Now, as we're at the end of this quarter, ISC is going on its regularly scheduled hiatus, but the work doesn't stop there. Next quarter, we'll be back with our final looks at Lorville 2.0 before it goes live in Alpha 3.19. We're going to take a deeper look at the vast changes and improvements coming to Arena Commander after that, as well as the new derelict settlement towns, new player experience tutorial, a sequel to the buggy racetrack in Orison, but for Microtech, explorations of the new ships and vehicles arriving at this year's Invictus launch week, a discussion with superstar concept artist Gavin Rothery about envisioning more ships for Star Citizen than anyone else alive. We're going to look ahead to a whole bunch of new features coming in Alpha 3.20, and then, of course, continuing our journey to 4.0 here and there along the way. It's been one hell of an 8 years, and the last 4 of them bringing 150 episodes of this show to you has been a blast. And we're still getting better at doing so each and every week. Now, I can say that because I'm not talking about myself. I'm referring to the talents and work of Will, Dave, Alex, Casey, Jill, Stephanie, Amanda, Caroline, Tom, David, Luke, Justin, Jake, Vicky, and now Mercy. Welcome to the team, who have all made this last year the best one yet. Thanks for putting up with me, and here's to another 150 more. Oh, and if you've noticed and liked the 10 different memes that have been here on the screen all quarter, we'll be releasing to the social media later this week. I can tell you they make great phone wallpapers. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for watching. Thanks for 150 episodes, and we'll see you back here in about a month.
Wait, he said a month. It's meant to be 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well.
A month puts them perfectly in line for May, which would be Invictus. So that makes some kind of sense. All right, I'll flip you guys back over.
Appreciate that.
No worries. Done. All right, there's a fair little bit there to unpack, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
raises some questions, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was one interesting thing. They did not show the X1 in the sprint report, which is interesting. So yeah, but yeah, I don't know where to start with that one. The new vehicles, I think we'll start there. So was there any surprises there for you? The Lynx was pretty damn nice, I'm gonna be honest. It was pretty much on par with what I was expecting, though. You know, a luxury touring vehicle. And that's what it is, you know. You got your it's basically a futuristic Rolls Royce here.
It certainly seems that way. Jem, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think it was what I expected, similar to what I expected anyway. Which I don't know. I don't know how many I'm going to buy of them, but whatever it is, I'll have a couple of them. But no, seriously, it did look good. And it, like I said, it is going on from the Ursa to that. It's an obvious step anyway. So
yeah, for me, I think it shows that there's probably some other variants in the work. I just don't see them leaving that alone. Like doing all that work for just one little vehicle seems like a lot. And it's something I'm seeing to be taken away from the other vehicles, like, you know, the Pisces and the Cutter and stuff. I'm heavily expecting more variants of both those to come along, and I can't see them leaving things like that alone. I do hope that at the same time they went back and potentially did some work on the Ursa itself as well, because it's one of the older vehicles now.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd think so.
And I think the key variant is that medical one, because there is room on the Galaxy for an Ursa-sized vehicle. So either they're gonna either make an Ursa variant or they're gonna make a Lynx variant. And I don't know, my brain, you guys correct me if I'm wrong here, leans a little bit more towards the luxury side. You know, a bit more upmarket, a bit more high tech. It doesn't need the gun turret like the Ursa has, and well, I don't know, unless you want to combat medical, which is possible. I don't know. We'll see where it lands, but I think that there's definitely a tip of a hat to some kind of medical Ursa or Lynx coming down the line. So we'll see. Yeah. What else was there? We had the Santucci Eye. No real surprises there for me at all. I actually think what they were showing there was a little bit dated, because the last two sneak peeks have actually been of that, and showing off how it this green metallic feel that it's got, where in that image it was clearly not rendered in any shape or form. That was just an in software spin, which is why I went back, because I thought something in the, and it just turned out it was a reflection. I just wanted to double check. Was there any surprises there for you with the Santucci Eye, either of you?
No, I like the fact that the landing gear is almost insectoid. I think that's quite cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
And
like little fly legs.
That we haven't. Yeah. In almost, you could almost see them doubling up as like pincers or something, you know, or whatever.
Do you know what I actually got from it?
Great.
Was dragonfly vibes, like a real dragonfly, not like the bike, but like an actual dragonfly, like the little skittery wings and stuff like that, and the little legs. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't be the only one waiting for this, but atmospheric ornithopters geef.
Actually, yeah, that's true. It's very much like an ornithopter. I didn't even make that connection. Yeah, that's a good point. And then the SRV, I think the SRV has really been kind of done since the end of last year. So I think they are just kind of waiting for those tractor beams to come online. So that'll either be in, oh God, I'd have to check again. It's either 319 or what'd they say? Yeah, it was 319, because they were talking about putting the bigger tractor stuff in last week. So that's probably roughly where I reckon we'll get the SRV, around 319, which will put it in line with Invictus. So that's only 2 months away now.
Come around fast.
I'm trying to think of anything else.
The posters in the Habs was that was an interesting one. Felt
like subflare, didn't it? As did the mugs.
Yeah, but if you're going to have those and they're going to be permanent, then you're going to have that Hab as permanent as well, aren't you?
Yeah. It's going to kind of
be worthwhile.
You can see the advantages of it, though. They can, where they sell shirts that have the anvil or whatever, Invictus or whatever. They can have like custom posters for each AIE and each Invictus and stuff like that. So it's another thing they can have people collect and keep in their hangar. So it's easy work for them, because now it's just changed the image. Once you
could also see them doing some clever things with like orgs, as your org does a certain thing or reaches a certain size or hits a certain landmark, and they go, right, if you have an org logo, submit it, we'll approve it. But then you could have these things that you hang as org, or pirate, almost like marking your territory, sort of rewire sort of thing.
How would you guys feel if they did that for content creator and like raising money for charity? How would you feel walking in your Hab and seeing Jen go on a poster? Would that be a bit immersion breaking for you guys, or
wouldn't for me?
Yeah. Jen doesn't like mirrors, obviously. But,
what sick bastard would do something like that?
I don't know. Some sick bastard will put on the roof of their Hab when they leave.
I'll tell you what you need localized like Just Eat or Deliveroo or Uber Eats like posters. So it's like live in your area now, and you can order it through the poster whilst you're playing. That would be the next step, wouldn't it? Just like, yeah, I'll have some pad thai. That sounds good.
Cool if that was like actually like a TV or video screen as well. So like you could just put up almost like a projector screen, so you could just like pull up a poster and call someone, and then talk to the in-game character via VoIP. They got that render to texture technology. They can use it like that now, so that could be really interesting. And imagine the advantages of that, like from a spy. You know, you just set it up in the middle of anywhere and go, "Hey, I've just broken into such and such." Or you could set it up on your ship. You know, you sit down to eat something, and it's just a portable screen that you pop out. That'd be really kind of cool. I'm starting to see like other advantages beyond what it just is. And I've been harassed by Sodhi. What do you want? I'm busy. That's busy. Go away. I'm not gonna go away. Right.
And then the spirit as well.
How did you find that was coming on? I think that's quite far along, realistically speaking. The only thing we didn't really see was landing gear, and that's one of the last things we know they work on, generalistically speaking. My concerns on that ship haven't changed. It's just that it's essentially a long tube, so it's quite a big ship for the other two ships in its size category. And I've sat there quite a bit and gone, how can you fix it? And the only way I've really thought of to make it smaller would be to double up the tubes, so either side by side or vertically stacked. But I think it would change the feel of that ship a lot. But it also, like, for people that don't like the MSR, they're going to be doors. You know, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to feel like this long tunnel that you walk down, and I don't know how many doors you've got in that, but I would have to say there has to be at least 2, yeah. And then the one at the back. So yeah, you're looking at least 3 doors, I think, for that thing. I don't know. Is that a concern for, you know, knowing what the MSR is? Now put that into the spirit. How do you guys feel about all the doors that could potentially be there?
Doors don't bother me.
What about you, Badges?
The doors are important in starships because it allows you to compartmentalize what's going on, seal yourself away from fires without having to, you know, be in the same compartment and get nicely toasted by them. You know, seal away hull breaches, all that sort of stuff. So I get that people might be annoyed by walking through them, but they are, trust me, they're just as annoying in real life, especially the ones on warships that are heighted specifically for your shins.
Yeah. So Robert Voss says, if I can lock certain doors open, it would be better. But one of the reasons why they have these doors is to cull things, right? To stop ridiculously long draw distances, and that's why in ships like the MSR, why you'd have 2 doors one after the other to essentially create an airlock, so you can't have those massive draw differences. And that's why the MSR becomes such a problem, because they ended up putting 2 or 3 in, so it was impossible to have more than it had to have at least one of those 3 doors open. So there's no way you could just rush through, because they found you could rush through and open 2, but you couldn't rush through and open 3. So that's why there are so many doors in the MSR, because it was to stop people from essentially trying to break the system.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
I just really kind of liked. I love looking at Lorville. I think that's gorgeous. I love the graphical updates that they're doing to the armor. I think that's great, because that is possibly one area of the game where things are very cartoony at the minute, and it, like you say, it feels a little bit more like traditional games where everything looks the same.
Yeah,
that whole idea that you can have, you know, 4 or 5 pieces of the same armor.
Yeah.
And they don't look the same, although they're the same color because of the wear and tear. That's really interesting. And like you say, it's not something we see in normal games. You know, and I think, you know, watching someone go out in pristine armor and then have them come back in, you know, stuff that's all scuffed up and that's going to look really, really cool.
And having, like, we're already seeing that bear a lot of fruit, even when you go to somewhere like Microtech and your whole character gets essentially frozen, you know. That tech being there from the groundwork, I'm looking forward to really random events like let me think about it. Say you had a tropical you know, that's something we don't have at the moment, is a tropical jungle of some description. And do you remember in Crytek how they went in and it was a tropical jungle, but it was frozen because it got attacked by the aliens or whatever? So things like that where there's some kind of environmental disaster and you've just got this really juxtapositioned landscape, you know, like you might go down and like all the people have been hit by a freeze ray or a melt ray. I don't know, you pick your sci-fi trope. You can see where I'm going with this. It just gives them that flexibility to be able to make anything like that on the fly almost. You know, just, you know, you're in a desert and someone's just there, like turned to an ice block, you know, just weird things like that. And I know that sounds cliche, but they will bear fruit down the line. Like, and even in that episode, you saw it as well. Like, he literally went through and showed how someone was manually, but relatively quickly using the modular system to make those rooms. And then he goes, "Oh, that's all now one click."
Yeah.
Like just like it's casual as anything. But that is, you can see how quickly that essentially, like when I first saw those rooms and concept art for Ruin Station, I thought they were like a whole new tile set, but they're not. They're just things that they put inside the existing tile sets, and you can see how quickly he populated that out, and just
it says something when the person who has a background in game development takes a while to figure out that that's what they're doing, that it's not immediately obvious.
Well, I worked it out in that video. I hadn't put two and two together, but I worked it out in that video, and and I'm sure I'm not the only one who did that. But like it just shows how quickly you can change some things, and they've obviously, you know, thought outside the box. Like, not only can we, you know, build these rooms, but we can put things in the rooms to reuse the room again. And I'm sure that won't be the last time we see that, where they're putting things inside the room, and you can quickly go, well, you know, you can almost theme them, you know. So if you're in a really like a salvage area, you could put pieces of metal and stuff all up against the walls and stuff, and it totally changes the outcome again, you know. So
what that brought home to me is that showing that how the advances that they've made in development, that things, and really brought home too that things can get a lot quicker.
Yeah,
because like you said with Jared, he said, well, that's how they did it before, but now with one click we can do it all. So it's taking time to get there, but eventually we'll get to the point where things can happen a lot faster with every tool they're making. So
well, that's the thing. That's the strength of them actually building the tools. They are setting up, like, it feels like it's taking a really long time, but if you actually realistic think about how big this game is, if they build it all bespoke, oh my God, what a nightmare. You know, and then there's other advantages we saw as well, like so to take the armor stuff where they showed the updated graphics of the armor, they can now just update the art and it populates that across every single room and everything that has that particular texture or wall in it. So down the line, it's going to bear even more fruit, because updates will just be a graphical update. And it's not like another game where if they beat, like let's look at World of Warcraft, when they went back to do, they literally had to rebuild them all from scratch. They had to update all the textures and all that and all the polygons and all that. Now you can just update a wall segment, and as long as it fits within the metrics of the old wall segment, it'll just all work seamlessly. And that's huge. That's absolutely massive. It literally makes it for Evergreen, because if you update it, it just updates it across the board, which is fantastic.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I think is important to note here is that it's procedural generation tech, but it's not procedural generation as we know it. It's not just click, cook, make a dungeon, done. There is still a significant human interaction with it, where they are going back, checking it, making sure they're happy.
Yeah.
Does this layout make sense? Does it look interesting? Does it look fun?
I think that's the key takeaway there to add. They are using it to make it, but then they are checking it. There is a big difference. They're not just letting it run fat and loose. They may they may in the future, right, where they have gone, like, because they've talked about having systems that you could explore and just find a new system, which would put it on par with, say, something like what the hell is that game? No Man's Sky. But in No Man's Sky, they don't check all those things that are procedurally generated, and that's why you get those weird bugs and stuff that because they haven't been checked. But again, they're also putting in that bespoke art too, aren't they? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you know, it will be interesting to see just how powerful those tools are. You know, what you'd hope they have is something like, right, I like this section, I like that section, that bit doesn't make sense. And then you could almost hopefully say to the tool, look, I want to keep these bits. What I need you to do is put something in this section that we don't like that still fits all of the other sections.
Yes.
So it then kind of filters out the pieces that it looks at to only the ones that fit what it's being asked. Because again, that would just so quickly that would speed that process up so much more than if they've manually got to go through each piece. And
so the other thing I found interesting was they were able just to tick which shops they wanted as well. So so you know, the designer can go, well, I only want this shops at this station, and so when they hand that off to the level editor, he could literally go, oh, here's the list of things I need, tick 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 tick, hook, you know, and so you can see very quickly they are gonna be able to go through and just to roll out at a lightning pace. I still look back at the planetary tech, and to know that 3 people rebuilt the whole of the system in less than 2 months. Oh no, was it 2 weeks? I think it was 2 weeks. That blows my mind.
Well, it was
so
2
quick.
months.
2 months. It was 2 months. Okay, cool. But still, you extrapolate that out to now a team of 100. You know, that's what's that? That's like what 30 systems in a year, you know, or in 2 months just with 100 people.
And surely all that's got to get faster. And as like you said, as they expand the teams and they're looking at even hiring even more people.
Yep.
But it'll eventually get there where it's they can pump things out pretty quickly.
Yeah, so I know there was a bit of a drama at the end of last year where people are going, oh, it's going to take 35 years to build all the ships and stuff, and the systems. No, it won't, because it'll pick up speed. And it's exactly the same thing. You are starting to see the maturing of all these things, and you connecting the dots, so you can see very quickly how it's it's snowballing to a point where they're building everything to. And if you think about it, rather than updating all the way along, if you just work on the tools and just the tools, so when you finally do that really big rollout, it's all going to be at a really good quality level. And I think that's a really good key. You know, they've kept it limited to one system, and they've re-rolled that system. Like if you look at Stanton from originally where it was here to where it is now, night and day. And again, we're going to get it with Lawville in next patch. You know, so like it's huge. Yeah.
Look, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When the analogy that I use is creating tabletop armies for something like Warhammer, is that you create your first army, you paint it, you are incredibly proud of it, you create 2 more, you go back, you look at the paint job of the first one, and you're like, you know, it's just that you learn so much. And you pick up so much, and you try new techniques, and you find what works and what doesn't. And then you think, Jesus, if I were to do that again, the amount that it would look so much better. Now, I normally don't do that because I look at how much money I spent on that, and I go, I'm not doing that just for an updated paint job. But for them to go back, and they're just going to, you know, like you say, ArcCorp's going to get reworks. Everything is going to keep constantly getting updated with new textures, lights, effects, buildings, blah blah blah, everything they've learned. And then as graphics cards come with new technology, because the game is in a perpetual state of development, even after release, they've said it's going to be in a perpetual state of development.
Yes, they have.
You know, it's just going to keep getting added. They're going to constantly go back.
Even that 600i turret. New hire, new people bringing new techniques, new thought processes, just new ideas. He's taken a crack at that and just totally shut over the old one. No offense to whoever made the old one, but you go, like I think even the person that made the old one would go, yeah, that does look better. You know, so things are going to get alliterated on and made better over time. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Sorry, Diffs, I don't mean to carry up your mini painting, mate. I'm right there with you, bud. This is why I don't paint anymore.
Yeah. I didn't even start, so yeah, mine's terrible. What was I going to say? The other thing I am looking forward to is Lorville itself. I'm really looking forward to Morphologist's first video in Lorville. Architect reviews actual architectural buildings. Yeah, but yeah, he'll make that look really nice and sweet when he gets a video done on that. So
because it is looking awesome, isn't it? What they're showing off so far. Like
it is like for how good all the landing zones look. If they go back and do that to all of them, like I start seeing like look how good Horizon is now, and then I start going, just how good is that going to look when they're done? You know, and I can hear Agrid already talking about ArtCorp. You know, going back and actually like, can we actually get that shot of Coruscant that they showed it 1 year at the end of the thing, and can you actually like fly down and knowing all the procedural tech they've got with the you know, can they lay out patterns of buildings and stuff like that? And if they go back and do that, oh my god.
Like Limited Response says the Blade Runner where you're literally landing right outside of the food shop and all that sort of stuff.
Yep. So you literally the first time they show, like, the way I would do it, Sergi, if you're listening, is the reverse people to planet video. You start out on some kind of space station or in a really big ship or something like that, and you get into a smaller ship and fly off, and you just like, it's just a seamless shot of it flying down through the clouds, and then he just lands next to his wife and kids, and he's there for dinner. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it writes itself, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like that seamless shot, and people are just jaws gonna hit the floor, and then go, where do I play this game? Like,
Well, one of the things I hope we see, they were showing the interior of Lorville, and you went into the lobby, and there was shock horror fucking elevators, and you went down to your accommodation. Now, what I hope they do is they start to learn what I hope they learn from the Siege of Horizon, which is those types of choke points are really, really bad for first-person shooters. They kind of learnt it with Jumptown, because they went, one entry, airlock, with grenade launchers is a really shit idea. And it's the same in buildings, CIG, if you're listening, because I can position myself behind anything. I don't need to see the people in the lift. All I need is for the doors to open and everyone in it dies.
I think it's the same
you just
thing.
Pump grenade rounds through the door.
Yeah.
Done. So I would like to see, look at some of the most successful FPS levels of recent times. The building clearance in Modern Warfare with night vision, where they're going upstairs. There's no elevator. There's no, everyone stood there like, do, lift music. And then, the doors open and they've sandbagged up one end of the corridor, and someone sat there with a 50 cal going, you done fucked up. Because that's in reality what would happen. If the guys in Siege of Horizon, you'd go into a building and you'd sit at the end of a corridor and go, that lift is dead.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, these are not military people, but they are slowly learning. So yes. I take the problem.
But I mean,
hang on,
not so much from the FPS side, but surely for level designers with FPS,
yes,
just understanding that problem.
So I take your problem and I extrapolate it out to other things. So like the bunkers. No, Jen, you can talk to this as well. Like there's only one elevator in and out. But why is anyone in human terms will tell you they don't build buildings like that? They all have to have an emergency stair exit. So why isn't there there should be a secondary entrance at minimum to every bunker? And I'd actually copy that over to things like the MSR. They learned that after the fact, and you can tell now when they go back and they do the gold pass on the MSR, it will get a second entrance without a shadow of a doubt. And there's so many military weaknesses in that ship, and it's the same thing. They are starting to learn. There are conventions and things that we do in the human world, and they've been learned over hundreds of years. It's just taking those and they're game developers. They're not architects. They're not military people. But believe it or not, they are getting a now very broad knowledge on all these things, just like we have following along, because you'll get an architect or a game developer or a military guy like yourself, Badges, that'll say, hey, you done fucked up, and they are learning that as they go. They will be improved, though. That's the best part about this.
Absolutely. And what I'm saying is that, the lifts are absolutely necessary in buildings like Habs, because if you come in on the 40th floor and you live on the 5th, you do not want to walk down 35 flights of stairs to your thing. But at the same time, if you've got a building that's being built for FPS mission, what you do want is you want a main staircase, you want a side staircase, you want some vents to go through, and you want like an outside fire escape. Possibly even, although this would be really hard to do,
the window
possibly
cleaning.
Even the idea to rappel down and blow a window out, right? But that's really hard to do with PEF.
Hover window cleaning thing. Like they don't need to have the cables anymore. They can just have a hover one, or even just suction cups and drives itself down the window, type of thing, because it's in the future. But you get my point that there is many ways that they can sci-fi it up and do that, and ladders, stairs, everything like that. And I think I hope and I pray if they're going back doing that to the buildings, they've already thought of this shit. I hope like someone's gone, we done fucked up with the bunkers, we done fucked up with some of the ships, and I'm wondering, is there someone there that's gone, yeah, shit, we need to do this with the buildings, because they're gonna have to go back and do it again if they fuck it up.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So Blaze88 says, Badger, you sexy meat shield. In my best McCree voice from Overwatch, I'm your meat shield. Yeah. Hello, mate. Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see them do more of that, because yes, there's a reality of the boringness of, oh God, really? You're going to talk about fire escapes in a game and building code? It's like, yeah, because once you add a fire escape, you've now got two ways to do this mission: loud elevator and stealthy fire escape.
Think of all the movies.
And this isn't building code; it's player choice.
Think of all the movies you've seen that happen in a fire escape or one of those back routes as well. Like there's some of the most pivotal locations to those sort of things.
The air conditioning duct.
Yes, that's another good
absolutely.
example. Can you see the strength of that, Jen? Like having the foresight. I hope they've learned from the other mistakes, but I get this niggling feeling in my head. Someone hasn't connected the dots.
Yeah, well, it's because it is always, it bugs you particularly with bunkers, that's the only way in, the only way out. And like I always said with bunkers, it'd be nice to have other like NPCs flying in as you're about to complete a mission. NPCs come in so that you coming out is also part of the mission as well. That's true. But if it's only one entry and one exit, like, they can tie you up really fast. You need options.
Well, yes. I'm just sitting here thinking of elevator shafts. Like in real life, almost every elevator shaft in existence has a ladder on it. So you should always be able to manually, at the very least, go up and down that shaft. Even just the ladder would fix the problem with them. Oh, the elevator's about to come down. I'll get my grenade launcher, because surprise, motherfucker! Like just before it gets there, he pops his head up and shoots you. I think that would fix a lot of those problems, and obviously back doors as well. The ventilation shafts. Like I actually think almost at minimum you need more than two ways in and out. I actually think they need a few different ways in. And again, as you said earlier, Badges, if there was a ventilation system, which there would be because you're underground and you need air. That's another way in, the emergency exit is another one. The ladder on the lift itself, man, it's really obvious. And it's the same thing in real life. Like I challenge you to go look even in your own local building, if you live in one, or where your place of work, go and look how many entrances and exits there are. I think you'll be kind of surprised. They'll have vent shafts. They'll have, there's always a stairs. As soon as you have multiple floors, they are required by law to have stairs, because if the elevators are stuffed, even not to be on the nose, like the two towers had elevators. That's how the firefighters got in and out.
Yeah, but it's just given the player options as well. So you've got the fast way, which is the elevator. You've got the slowest but the stealthier way is the stairs, and the really slow and the last resort is either air conditioning ducts or air ducts or whatever.
And that plays into smuggling.
They're the main options.
Smuggling too, actually. I just thought of that. Like, you're going to need those paths for smuggling. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping they do build those into the buildings, quite honestly. Like, how do you break into Old Man Hurston's place and steal his Zoo Wheel girls? You've got to go through the vents. That's the only way to get them in and out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at some of the most successful level design that's ever taken place in gaming. Competitively, Dust.
Yeah.
For Counter-Strike, right? It had choke points, but it had at least 2 of them. You know, there were 2 ways. You had under, and then you had the tunnel.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, that's 2. You know, and you had a choice of which one to go. If you only ever had one of that map would be boring as sin, because whichever map was on defense would win, because they'd sit at the other end with AWP, forcing people to come into their own sight lines, because it's like, I don't care. I don't need to peek, because
exactly.
if you stay down that end, I've won.
Yeah, that player choice at minimum has to be 50-50, doesn't it? It has to be a coin toss at minimum.
Yeah, and I see what people are saying in the chat. Just think about this. Imagine Horizon was PvP, right? And the other team started right outside the shuttle when you got out.
Yeah.
So, and there's no armistice zone. So the shuttle doors open, and there are 8 players lined up just pumping grenades into the shuttle. Because let's face it, if you wanted to win that event and get 250,000 AUEC, that's what you do. A backpack full of grenade rounds.
And even if they made it so you couldn't use grenades, you just put so many bullets into that door as soon as it opened, or smoke grenades, or whatever it was.
Exactly that.
The only way that would remotely be fair is you guys start with knives. And even then, they would just rush you like sheer numbers to try and kill you with the knives. Because that would be their best opportunity. Why they've got you as fish in a barrel. Yeah, 100%. I just thought of something. You remember when they showed off the Nomad homestead where they had the 400i and it landed in the yellow area at CitizenCon that year? I think that was like a year or 2 ago. My memory is a little hazy. But they were showing multiple paths, remember? They did have the guy going through the thing. So I am a bit more hopeful now I thought of that. So maybe they are starting to think, okay, all right, I'm hopeful. Someone at CIG will probably let us know that we're not, that they've thought of it. Well, let's hopefully they do.
That they definitely did. That was the going up and getting the partial relic, wasn't it? You had the walk in and buy it. You had the walk in, just shoot him in the face, nick it, and fight your way out. There was the whole stealth your way in and steal it. And you know, and that's just the basics. That's just them going, okay, well, we'll show 3 ways. Once you apply a little bit of thought to it and go, okay, those are your 3 obvious ones. What are the other cool things that we could do?
It actually becomes scary because you're now not just procedurally generating rooms, you're procedurally generating like back corridors and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's scary how complex that, like, that just doubles the complexity of that tech. Straight away, just straight away, because it's like, now you need multiple entrances and exits. How does that work? And it's just like, so it's got to procedurally generate event.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah, dude. When you think about it, it really does. Like, it dials it up to 11.
We really like that tech, CIG. Allow us to explain how you should make it.
Yes, that's right.
More complicated.
Yeah, sorry, CIG.
CIG are there going, we made it to save time. Cool.
All right.
What do you think, Jed? Should we dive into some more questions?
Yes, please. Is there any
awesome?
Any for Gen specifically? Nope. We'll just take them as they come in. All right, go for it.
Yeah. So Rudy Antersberger asks, Liberator and Odyssey for sale in May. I am assuming there's a question mark at the end of that sentence. But yes.
Liberator,
what do you reckon?
yes.
Liberator and Odyssey?
Odyssey, no. Odyssey is technically industrial. It'll come at AIE. Liberator is under Anvil. I can see it have military connotations. So,
it shouldn't be, but it is.
Not that he's salty or anything about that, but
man, we get so most of the salt, if we ever have salt at this channel, comes from how things are marketed. They just don't trust their community enough, and they have traditional marketing people, and they try to sell things like we're just regular gamers. We're not. We are highly informed. We're spending vast amounts of money, and anyone that does that, they inform themselves, right?
Yeah.
And so instead of selling things like the Odyssey as a carrot killer, they should have just told us as a survey ship, and the people that were really into surveying would have brought it. And I think they really misinform people on that by trying. It is technically an exploration ship, right? So technically they can get away with it, and they looked at the data. And they went, Carrack is the most popular ship in the game that's large like that. We'll just try to sell it to people that own a Carrack. But I think that was the worst way they could have sold it, because it's not appealing to the same people. It's not that Star Trek Go Where No Man's Gone Before. It is the knuckle down industrial survey ship where you are looking for data for cash. It is a cash man's exploration ship. It is not a boldly go and help out the damsel in distress type of thing, which is what the Carrack is. You know, it's more like that. So, yeah, I don't know. And I'm channeling my inner Algrid here, but I'm doing it a lot more softly than he would. He will hate on it a lot more passionately than I will.
Yeah.
All right. Next one.
Feel free to openly mock Waffle Insanity and Monster, who were talking about the Liberators and Carrier. You heathens. Okie doke. So, next question. Myark asks, in the next month, we'll see 2 point patches and a numbered patch running PTU builds simultaneously back to back. I'm excited about it. Do you think we and CIG can keep up the pace? For those that don't know, this is on the announcements on Spectrum. They are going to run 2 point patches at the same time, which is kind of cool.
I think that's
so
part of the reason for the point patches is to kind of speed it up. So they can hit that 319 hit, get the things fixed, pushed out the door.
Because they always said it was going to run late anyway. They don't want it running even later than what they'd already primed us up for. They need to get stuck into it. So it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And
2 months, though. So 319, like, even if 319's out like 2 weeks before Invictus, that still gives them 6 weeks to get the 2 point patches out. So
yeah, absolutely. And what they were saying is they've given themselves the option of doing it. That's not what they expect to be doing all the time. I don't think that was a commitment to have always 2 in the pipe. That was a look, when things are backing up, we can do this. So they could have, for example, have had 318, 18.1 and 18.2, and sure, there would have then been a subsequent delay, because they would have looked at 18 and gone, yeah, we need to hold off on 1 and fix it. But they've at least got that option for when that happens next time.
Like elevators and stairs option.
Yeah.
Don't want to overwork their people, obviously, too.
You know how they were able to track a little while ago that fire extinguishers somehow killed 2 people? I would be interesting to see the top end of those stats and find out whether or not elevators are, in fact, the deadliest thing in the Star Citizen universe.
It probably is.
Good to know.
The thing that I took away from this conversation is scary to me, actually, and that's just Invictus is 2 months away. So I've got 10 days of no sleep coming up real soon.
That's right, Mal. I'll help you out as much as I can.
Get onto that other stuff too that we did as well. I just realized as well.
We are, yeah. That's right. We're in a good place for that. So
good.
We'll talk about it. These are all secret projects to be announced soon.
Sounds good. Sounds interesting.
yeah, really riveting conversation. Yeah, you know that thing that me and you know that nobody else knows.
Yeah,
but we really do know you. You think we don't know, but we do know. Jen's
got no fucking clue. He's got no. Why didn't get out of bed this morning? Yeah.
Did
that show? Did it? That I didn't know.
Jen sat there going, "I should have put the mini fridge on my desk. I could be drunk. I'd make this more fun."
Yes.
Yeah, I've got my bottle of Copian. I think it was. I can't remember who it is that really likes my suggestive invisible bottle of copium, but there you go, it's here now. So there.
Good, well.
Yeah. So The K9 Music asks, oh God, not this ship again. X is this ship. Nobody likes this ship. Nobody wants this ship. Should we just move on?
No.
K9 Music asks, with the Crucible likely growing in size, could it act as a baby Liberator? I'm going to mute myself for 5 minutes.
You don't get to make the ick noise as someone that owns a Perseus anymore. But no, yeah, this was something that Alga and I talked about quite a bit. You could technically put 6 tonks on a Crucible and carry them down to the ground. But you've also got to realize things like gravity plates, Newtonian physics are going to come into play. I would be more likely to remove the Scarab and take them down with a tractor beam, especially if all tractor beams end up getting that bubble mechanic. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I would actually kind of agree. A Crucible could be a mini light carrier at the very least for 1 or 2 vehicles. We'll have to wait and see.
Control yourself, Major.
No, I'm laughing at Diffs in chat, who obviously has been here for quite some time, because he goes, I do like Badger's bottle of Muay Pock. This is in Twitch.
It's just copium backwards, isn't it?
I keep writing notes and then holding it up to the camera, and X has already reversed my camera. So it just comes out backwards. Thanks, mate.
Hey, you should evolve and write it backwards in a mirror, and then it would come out normal.
That's him getting the whole education again, so we won't do that.
And what'll happen is the next time he does it, I'll do this. I'll show you. This is what I'll do next time.
If there's going to be love hearts all over my screen again.
No.
I'll just I can't see what he's.
Yeah. Hey, he's an Aussie now.
Hey, X, your
welcome to our point of view.
Is so much more handsome than you are. How did that happen?
It didn't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Rude. Okay, anyway, moving swiftly on. Feathers asks, do you think we will get FPS radar on the new Star map Q3 or Q4 this year?
Well, I think we're definitely getting the maps, and that's one of the things I'm most excited for this year. And it does seem to be inherently linked with scanning as well. So FPS scanning at the very least. I think scanning is one of the most pivotal techs that we need as soon as possible, because it's going to allow you to complete that basic kind of triangle loop of piracy, escorting, and whatever the thing is they're protecting, whether it be cargo, salvage, mining, whatever that activity is, and getting that basic triangle game loop going, and it's going to be really pivotal. And I've been waiting for that real core central loop for years, because once that's done, it's just going to be almost like a centrifuge. It's just going to spin off and turn into all these really big, grand things as time goes by. And I think, well, I don't know. You guys tell me. I think it's a pivotal core of this game. That little thing, and until that's in place, I don't think we really have a game until that core part is there.
Yeah, I agree. Another one I agree with, unfortunately.
I just stopped checking the fly.
I've obviously left a window open somewhere because I've got bugs.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, it's not like the bugs that you guys have got.
Yeah, welcome to Australia.
Eat me. I was going to say,
There's such snowflakes over there in the
I was going to say, we were joking about, someone was like, we really screwed up. It's like, we literally, we sent these people to a continent where everything was trying to kill them and they survived. These people should be feared. But yeah. Yeah, I hope so. I hope we get FPS. I hope we get the new Star map, right? Because I think we all agree that that's just awful at the minute. Maybe we won't get it. Very quickly, Ace Hambone in chat. Hello, gents. Thanks for the streams, mate. You are more than welcome. Thank you ever so much for that.
Super chat.
I appreciate it. But yeah, Star map's just crap. It needs to be better. I hope it is. And I hope they change the way I know you said FPS radar. I think that's going to come with or closer to Squadron 42 because that needs to be working for Squadron 42. And obviously, it working in a single player game is not the same as it working in a multiplayer game. But that's the steps it's going to take. I also hope, like X says, scanning is so pivotal to this, and what they need to do, I think, is change the scanning a little bit again. So radar, your active ping, tells you that there's something there. It doesn't tell you what it is. You identify it, and then you locate something, and then you identify it through other means. There are also other ways of going. There's passive versus active. So that ping that we sent out, when you hit tab and you get the ping go out and it maps the ground, that's great. But radar is doing that constantly. So radar is constantly transmitting. And in warfare, what you do is you switch all that off. And you listen for other people's radar, which is a thing. You receive radar. Because if you imagine radar is just a bounce signal, it's like sonar. So you send a ping out, it hits something, comes back. So there are times when it goes really, really far, hits something, but doesn't have the energy to make it back. And so what the distance that you see out in terms of range is only half actually the range of your radar beam, because it's got to go there and back. So forget curvature of the Earth for a second. Let's pretend the Earth is flat. Right? What that means is that you can be received up to double the range away that the radar can detect you. So being passive is very, very effective when you are laying in wait, when you're trying to avoid detection. What happens is that, by doing that, you also don't get early warning. So if someone's sneaking up on you, you can only figure that out passively. Because what that signal doesn't tell you is how far away they are.
I think that goes up
they're somewhere down that way, but
it goes up in complexity too, because you've got different signature types as well. You've got cross-section, active, inactive,
exactly,
passive. What was it? No, it's active and passive. Is that what they're called? Yeah, but you get my drift. I'm not up on the terminology of it, obviously. But you can see very quickly how scanning is going to be a both an offensive and defensive tool very quickly. I think there are going to be a lot of. I'm learning very quickly. Like, I want it to be different from what it is now, because I don't like scanning right now. I find it boring as shit. And it seems to be with what it is now, and it's learning what the different signature types is, and like right now, let's look at salvage. It's divisible by 2,000. That to me is just learning what the number means. That's almost like, in a weird way, different sonar operators, and I learned this from doing the show with the sonar and radar operator, was they actually could tell different sounds of different submarines from their prop. They could hear it and go, that is this submarine. That blew my mind. Right, so does that mean it's going to get like that with signals where you just see the number and go, oh, that's a hammerhead. I know that's a hammerhead because I know that number.
Or is there some, do you have to match it through a database? Do you have to do some sort of signal matching? What happens then when I start switching power off to systems? That should then mean that I'm detectable at less range again. And the downside of that is that when I power it up, you've then got to wait for the capacitors to charge up. So it's that balance that you can get. But it becomes, especially for people who want to do stealth, but also for capital ships who have such a big power output that actually, and they're going to be detectable at such a range that you can actually do things to kind of hide. Maybe physical objects stop that from happening, so you can hide behind the moon, you can whatever.
So that becomes a weakness of capital ships, because they have a capital component that dictates their capital, and that can't be swapped out. But then on a smaller ship, can I going from a military A to a military C, is there an advantage in that because I no longer look like what I did? can I put components in that completely change my signature? Obviously you can, because we know that they're going to be a thing. So I don't think it is going to be as flat as is what it is right now. But I start to think, what are the other things they're going to add to that? Is the signal person going to have to work with some other bridge officer, and they cross-reference stuff, and they can go, that's a hammerhead using this particular manufacturer's thing, blah, blah, blah. It could get very deep very, very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah. I know it hurts your head to think about that, Jen, don't worry.
It does.
One of your minions will take care of it, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I don't know who,
so one of the things
somebody will.
I realise I haven't asked you, Jen, and I'm sure, X is aware already, but how long have you been playing? When did you back?
20. Well, I got gifted in start of 2013, and actually paid money in end of 2013. So,
been here a while, then.
Yeah, and been playing since the hangar module.
Wow.
So been doing it for a fair while.
Awesome.
Yeah, hence the grey hair.
It's always interesting so we know kind of the questions, because there's very little point. Like, the questions obviously that we would ask you are different to the questions we would ask Expat, who's been in the game less than a year. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't pitching them in the wrong place,
Yeah. All good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, been here for a while. Whew, all those years.
Okay, so I'm going to jump back up to the stream questions, because Diff's just linked me some very hot-looking Star Wars models that I think he's just painted up. That's the one.
They actually look pretty sick. I'm just going to put this over to people, because I think we were all a bit of sci-fi nerds here. Flick this over real quick.
Bit of Star Wars porn. We're all for it. There we go. We're demonetized now, X.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, we can see. Good. But yeah, that's. I like those. They're really well done.
I think this one might be for you, X, although I'm not sure. Jack the Nomad O'Neill asks, "Is the Kraken for the win?" Don't you have one now?
I do have one
you achieved that?
Yeah, I got it last year. Thanks.
Great success, mate.
Thanks to some people staying up really late to get it for me. But yeah, I really wanted one. And it is my pride and joy now. I don't know. I kind of put this to you too, Jen. Why did you want a Kraken?
I just thought of the things it offered, basically.
Same.
And because I couldn't justify the Idris, as much as I wouldn't mind an Idris, I couldn't justify an Idris.
Yep.
And I thought, well, the Kraken, the versatility for what it offers, I think that's the best way to go.
Yep.
So that was basically my rationale, whether right or wrong or indifferent. That's what it was.
Yeah. I hope
took 2 years to get it.
Yeah, well, it took me 4.5, something like that. But yeah.
Wow.
But for me, it spoke to what I wanted to do in the game. And I do hope we see more capital ships like it. I think it's a bit of a step.
I'm sure we will.
Step back from the combat ships. And as I said, I'd hope to see every manufacturer eventually have at least one capital ship. And I think we're seeing things even within the combat space, like the Nautilus. You know, that was a real tip to something that was just outside the norm. There is the Nautilus is a very, you tell me, Badges, you're the military guy. It's the only super defensive. Well, I think the Perseus might fall into that a little bit as well, but you get what I mean. Like, it's very bespoke, is it not? There's nothing really quite like the Nautilus at all. And so for me, I'm kind of drawn to those different ships. You know, same as people are drawn to alien ships because they're different. You know, you know, and everyone's got their little thing that they're drawn to.
That function of mine laying is really interesting because, of course, now, like in modern combat, or in modern times, mine laying is outlawed by international law. However, in space, where you have unfathomably large areas to cover, the idea of just going, do you know what? No one go into this area because we're hoping that when the Vandal do, they all explode and die. You know, that it's a very reasonable way of doing it. And I think it's...
And just because we make it a law doesn't mean ex-alien's going to make it a law. They're not going to give a shit.
Precisely.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting how that works. All right. I think we'll go on to the next question.
Shadow Gal asked a question that I can answer. She said, Execute, did you share that cool Top Gun Star Citizen video with Badgers that I DMG'd last week?
Yes, I did.
I was thinking of you when I saw it, Badgers, but I didn't have you as a friend.
I did share it with you. Go have a look.
You did, and I watched it, and I was about to suggest we could watch it on stream, but we've had this weird thing recently where we've shown other people's content, and they've felt the need to DM
strike, not strike
DMCA us,
but basically just steal the entire video. So I'm just like, I've just after we did it twice and it happened twice in a row, I was like, I'm done.
Hell?
Yeah,
Really?
So one of them was a song that someone wrote about Star Citizen, and we were like showing off there. We thought it was, cool. We'll get this is a great song. It'll get them lots of traffic. We'll show off the video, and they claimed our entire video, and it was just like, what the fuck? So we were just like, Yep,
and we always we always send people over to those channels. We don't try and steal anything. We're always keen to share other content creators, but. Yeah, there is, however, I might just stick it in chat, I guess, on both.
Yeah, do that.
But there's a very good scene-for-scene remake of one of the dogfights in Star Citizen.
Oh, okay. And it's like a remake of a Top Gun scene. Okay, cool.
A remake of Top Gun, yes, that's right.
Yeah. I now understand why DG360 has so much trouble. Like, his whole channel is reacting to videos like that. He must get that all the time. And once it happened to us, I was just like, whoa, so yeah.
And if you're gonna go head over to DG360's channel and watch any of his videos, watch the one where he reacts to the Drake Leviathan. Just watch the Drake Leviathan. It's just absolutely. When the music starts up proper, you're in for something good. Yeah. And then when the opening line of it is, our scientists were so preoccupied as to whether they could, they didn't stop to wonder whether they should. Absolutely brilliant video.
It was a good one, that one.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so from Twitch, Noctis Actual asks, Jen, I'll throw this one your way, mate.
Oh no.
Am I the only guy who likes the Hornet Ghost? For some reason, I like the old feel and sound of the cockpit opening and closing, as well as the sound of acceleration.
Yeah, you are. I'm sorry, but
he's the boss.
You are.
So sit down and shut up.
I don't know what the hell you were thinking.
Why would you admit that? What is wrong with you?
I think your nickname's going to be General Roadkill Desperado.
Didn't your mum tell you anything? You don't lead with the chin. I don't mind the Ghost though, but I don't think I love it. I'm not a fan of it at the moment.
I think ships like that will come around again.
Yeah,
I do think that was like back in the day they didn't plan on having as many ships as they do, right? And you can obviously see there are other ships like that. So you've got the one that comes to mind is that Black Razor. I always get the little acronyms mixed up, but the black one. That is very similar into what the tracker will do. The tracker, the Ghost is more of a combat version of that ship. And as I said, every ship that comes along, there's another ship that's going to tread on its toes. So I would say if you are into that, look at the Black Razor, because I think the Black Razor is really where that scouting is going to be at. It's quick, it's nimble, it's got no guns, got all those special engines, but that's the same thing the Ghost tracker will do as well. If they actually make it so you can convert from a Ghost back to a normal Hornet, that might be a sweet spot. Have a bit of modularity, but at the moment they're all bespoke. So
and like I said, they all will. They'll have their day again.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
and as the even as time shifts over time, they'll go right. So at the moment everyone's using this ship. So let's make a slight change to this one, so this one has its time in the sun.
Mm.
And you see that.
hopefully.
Look at a game like League of Legends. You know, there'll be one champion, and that is garbage for ages, and then all of a sudden just dominates for a while, and then it fades away again. It's all cyclic, and the same thing will happen here.
Yeah, true.
Oh, it's X, is it? Okay, so Waffles is telling me it's the Razer X. It's literally mine. They got my name on it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Damn.
I feel like this needs to go to Jen as well.
Oh, jeez.
Respawns asks, what is your favourite knife?
My favourite
Just like Dyson Julienne.
To be honest, I haven't gone that deep. I'm pretty shallow, actually. So it's just anything that's a knife, that's good enough for me. I'm waiting for all that to be worked on, where you really do have a particular knife is better with a particular, like against a particular armor or whatever. But like everything will change. So
do you ever think they'll get into like how detailed they'll get? Like, will they get to the point where you can actually, if you are good enough, you can target a leg or target like under the ribs or something like that? Do you think that is a part they'll get to, like particularly actually aiming?
I would hope so.
Yeah, that's what I hope so too.
Yeah, I would hope so, because it's like that's the feel I get with where they aim everything. That no pun intended. That it's a little bit more specialized. That like we used to do knife battles in Battlefield and we'll see who could do the most knife kills. So you could do the same here, and then but is it designed to just kill, or is it designed to maim as well?
Now, as a fellow Australian, do you think it is only fair that we all get a knife that no one else gets access to? That's called "This is a knife."
Yep, I think definitely. Yeah, definitely. The
only thing as an insanity. Beat you to in Twitch chat. He said, "That's not a knife. This is a knife."
I think that's how it should be. So all the Australians get an actual knife. Everyone else just gets a butter knife. And
the only thing as an Australian is I hope they never bring emus into the game. So
I think it should be called the TIA knife. This is a knife.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so I've gone back to streaming on Sundays now. I can actually get 318 to work. And it's my favorite thing to do, despite having the FS9 on my back, is run around and knife AI. But yeah, it's give space swords. I think one of the things I'd love to see them do with a knife is, obviously, if you've got the knife in your hand and you go for a melee takedown, you do a fatal melee takedown, so you go and stab them rather than knock them out. I would love to see another key press that allows you to threaten. So you take them, hold it at their neck, and then it gives you the option to how many more are on board, maybe a couple of dialogue options, and then you can either finish them off or knock them out or whatever.
I don't know about swords, but I think we definitely have spears coming. Because of the Vandal stuff, because
of the Vandal.
Yeah.
That's the horrifying thing. Did you read about Squadron 42? The Vandal could do takedowns on us.
Yep.
They can do execution moves. If they knock you to the floor and catch up with you, they can execute you. It's going to be terrifying.
So that might be something that comes down the line. So, we
got the bow as well, too.
Yep. So we know
the bow coming.
We know the Vandal are into knives and spears and stuff like that. But what if there's another race that is, I don't know, just spitballing here, heavily samurai based? So they have a real thing for blades. So it does. We've got to leave room for expansions too. Is what I'm saying. So space swords down the line maybe.
And paper cuts. Yes, that's what we need too. Paper cuts, because they're deadly.
Yes. Yeah. Holding someone there. How can I get you?
Jen's job is just him linking envelopes all day, right? So his whole tongue is just from paper cuts. That's what it was.
My tongue sliced Dyson Julienne as well.
Keep going while X recovers from choking on
talk, and his tongue's just like hanging off.
Awesome.
Right.
Okay, so Noctis Action is asking me, the epic RSI Perseus, obviously, Do you think we will see it before the Galaxy and after the Polaris? I think that's a strong guess that we'll get the Polaris before the Galaxy.
Agreed.
I think the Perseus is, of those three, the Perseus is the ship with the least amount of blockers. In fact, there's very little to stop that ship coming out, other than the fact that it needs bespoke weapons.
That's what I was about to say. I think it's got the biggest blocker, which is the bespoke weapons.
Well, I mean, all they need to do is develop those weapons, right? Even if at the moment they don't have the ability to switch, even if they're just ballistic cannons.
Mm-hmm.
They're just ballistic cannons that are not available. But when you put, okay, develop 2 more ballistic cannons versus develop modularity for the Galaxy,
you can fake that.
You could.
You just have 3 different versions of the Galaxy.
Yeah, but even so, then, I mean, I suppose they just release the versions at different times, but you'd still need some sort of refinery gameplay to get them all in.
The only one they realistically need is the cargo variant.
Yes, but then they then they don't have modularity, so they're not actually modular.
They don't need modularity in for the first version.
No. But what I'm saying is that if they're selling them as modular ships, what about what about the people that have bought it without modules?
Tough titties.
It's suck it up, pedals.
Because I know what you're saying.
What is the retaliator
versions, and you switch between 3 versions. I don't think they're going to do that.
The retaliator base has the bomber as a loner. It's the same thing. You just, whatever version you have, they give you the first version. But I do agree with you. They are more likely to hold off on the Galaxy until there are more things in. I will give you that.
I think all I'm saying with the Galaxy is the first ship we've got where you can buy a void. So the Retaliator base,
yes, you are
is
correct.
the Retaliator without a bomb bay with a cargo bay. The Retaliator obviously has the torpedo bay, but you're getting one or the other. There isn't a Retaliator with a gap where that section is, but they've sold the Galaxy with that gap. They've sold the Galaxy with nothing in it. And that's the thing is I think it would be a strong move, brackets a poor move on CIG's part if they were to fake it in that way, because what about the poor buggers who bought the Galaxy and they're going to work up to the modules?
They did tailor it to and say that it was for Pyro, so it does kind of hint that it's sooner rather than later. And I even brought this up on your stream too, Jen. Like, a lot of people see manufacturing as this really big, complicated thing. It is just item spawning. Like, and I even said it too. Do you remember when I said that, Jen? I literally said, like, if you were making a manufacturing ship, it is literally like you can have a special magic cupboard on the ship, and it literally just closes, does some kind of lighting effect, and boom, you know, you just spawn what it is in the cupboard, and you're done. You know, and you know, extrapolate that out. It's a fully 3D printed Pioneer. You know, like it just, you know, and you know,
again with.
Just let me finish this last little thing. The repair tech to 3D print the arms on a ship is the same tech that you could use to spawn anything. So that there's a crossover there between repair and manufacturing. So once they have that tech online, it'll work for both of them.
The tech, yes. The only question I would have with the with manufacturing is, what is it manufacturing?
Yeah, and the bigger it is, the more complicated what can be manufactured. So that's why I think we've seen things like the Argo MCV in the code. Start small, work your way up, because it's the small stuff is easy. You know, like if you building a turret. That was one of the things I floated. I said, imagine what Jumptown would be like if you had an MCV and you could drop just a turret at Jumptown. Totally change the game, because you can just literally just drop a whole bunch of turrets there and start defending the shit out of Jumptown. The game, you know, you can see the gameplay. It just makes itself very quickly. So,
yeah. Like I said, I think, you know, the Galaxy, for them to do it the way that they've sold it, that's a bigger blocker than 2 guns. And the Polaris, I hold to my
I would say it can go
that they're having a problem with larger cruise ships, because all of a sudden we've stopped getting them.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's kind of could go either way. It's what they decide, and that's the problem. It could go either way. I think we're all in agreement very quickly that it's the Polaris. Yeah, the Polaris will come first. They've shown stuff on it already, so yeah. And I think that's very clearly been tailored at Pyro.
I think we'd be very shocked if it didn't.
Yeah,
very shocked.
I'd almost put the Odyssey there too. If I wouldn't be surprised if that's not a ship that they've thought about as well. Similar reasons to the Polaris, but also looking at what they updated some of the LODs on the Kraken recently, putting the Kraken into Pyro as an Idris-like boss. I can see that already, even if it's just the outside, and giving us the Polaris to take on said Kraken. I could see that as well. So, come out with all guns blazing type of thing when you drop Pyro, and it just takes the whole game up to another level, doesn't it? Having that big ship, like if you can have a Polaris go in and, you got 10 people rocking around on that thing firing some huge ass torpedoes, and you got a hangar that you can land in and refuel some fighters and stuff. Like, again, the gameplay makes itself. Anyway. She got anything else to add?
Let's move along.
Yep.
Just
old man's moving along.
Dream, you heathen.
Yeah,
I'm starting to fall asleep.
All right.
Okay. So, Shampasta asks from Twitch, thoughts on CIG allowing users to access all ships in the PTU as an incentive to go and test the PTU?
I've thought for a long time, like recently, Jen, you kind of like your take on this too, because that was you too. We were given, as content creators, we were given the Antares. Now, I actually think they would sell a shitload more Antares if people were able to try it out for themselves.
I agree.
So I think the way I would go about it is maybe give 24 hours to 48 hours exclusive access to content creators to get the hype ball rolling, but then I would give it to everyone in fairly quick succession. So they've got a bit of exclusivity. It helps them get the ball rolling, the hype going, and then everyone gets to try, even if they only get 24 hours access, right? Because I think it literally, it just sell. I think it would sell better. Forcing people to buy it, it turns people off.
Yeah, like, is it Waffen, is it? Sanity?
Yep.
Why would people participate? Because I think they would want to try, well, instead of having to buy it, I can have a go at it for 24 hours. I can fly whatever ship and then go, oh, fuck that, I don't like that one. Well, no way I'm ever going to buy that one. Whereas, like you say, they've got to buy it and then find out they don't like it.
So the other way I just thought of you could do it is you could actually add it to the rental terminal and just put a really cheap rental price on it, but you can only rent it once for 24 hours.
Yep.
On the PTU. So basically, in that whole time it's on the PTU, week or two, like however long those PTU, they're usually about 2 weeks. It gives you 24 hours just to try it out. Go, it's not for me. Yes, it's for me. And that way, you still get a taster, and they still get some more sales. But I don't know about you, Badgers. You tell me. I actually think that would increase sales. Do you agree with me and Jen, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Tread carefully here, Badger.
No, all right, it's the ultimate. I think I don't like money being an obstacle to people. It's why I love people coming in and trying stuff. We are so early on in this; things are going to try so much. I don't think there's damage. We have the free flies, but I really don't think there's damage. To newly bought accounts. Maybe they can just engage a month or two where they've got all ships available to them, but it's not the first months because then you're still trying to figure out how to get out of the damn hangar. So once they feel like they're comfortable and they go, do you know what? I know what I'm doing with my ship. I know what it's capable of. I want to try something else now. Like they can just go try my free trial of all ships. Click. 2 months from now, you get to play with everything.
Yeah. Yeah, to add to that, just quickly, I would like to see the numbers of people that create counts, and then a few days later, they've either got a refund, and that's it. I would like to see the numbers, because to me, I think it's a lot of people, and it's just from the fact that too limited access to things for them. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Well, it took them 2.5 years to get rid of that crime stat stuff. You know, and Paul and Space both reckon that was me because I went off on a rant one day on Space Tomato Show. But I just think they realized after a certain amount of time that was a really bad idea, and I'm worried. I've watched a few other people streaming, like the prison times at the moment when you go over 3 crime stat. Ooh, they're harsh.
Well, they're brutal.
Yeah, well, they want people to test prisons again. So how did they do that? When you actually do get captured, you're going to be tested in prison for a while. And I think they're... One thing I've learned about humans is you can't force people to do shit. Even if it's like... So I've seen people get like 48 hours of prison time. What does that mean? Yeah. I'm just going to log the hell out and I'll see you in 2 days. I'm not going to sit there and jump through your monkey hoops, especially if the gameplay is not fun. You know, people are not going to, you might be that person that loves the lawn mowing simulator, but if you don't love the lawn mowing simulator, you're not going to play the game. It's that simple.
And particularly when, like, if you're there, got a 3, 4, 5 hour sentence, you can reasonably quickly get that down.
Yeah.
But when you start getting the 15, 20, 30, 40 hours, different story.
Yeah. And it's the cart before the horse thing as well. Like, you've got to have those reasons, incentives to want to go to prison, or even if you don't want to go there, let them pay their way out with cash. Make it a money sink at the very least. I understand testing, like I get that 100%, but you can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. It's a fact of life. There's laws around it, like if you force someone, you can be prosecuted. It's the same thing. And
it's easy to add to your sentence as well. That's the other issue.
Through accidents,
it's very easy to, and just even defending yourself, you end up with extra time. Like, you shouldn't have that. So it does make it difficult and unenjoyable for the majority of people. There'd be a minority that would think, hey, this is great. I got soap on a rope and I'm living the dream here. But there's not too many that are going to be like that.
What was that, Jen, about soap on the rope? Your favourite thing? Okay, yeah, sure.
I take that with me everywhere I go.
Just as a weapon.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think it's really interesting. So there's a couple of comments I'm going to react to as a one-er, people saying, well, people will be less tempted to buy ships and stuff if you let them test stuff. Is like saying if you give everyone 1 free packet of cocaine, you'll drop cocaine sales. No, you won't. You'll get them fucking hooked. You take it away, and they will be paying you for life. That's how that works.
Generally, like, when you get to try something, it changes your perspective of it. It's how it feels and stuff like that. And yes, it goes both ways. But the other thing is, if you do a shit job, nobody wants to buy it. So it also it actually improves customer satisfaction. Right?
Yeah. Well, it's like test driving a car.
Yep, and it's like game demos. The reason why they stopped doing game demos was that they had to actually make decent games. They don't have to do that anymore now. They do pre-ordering, and you buy up in front, and you have no idea what you're going to get. And then you get things like all the disasters that happened in the last while.
Yeah.
So it's just exactly the same thing. Like it makes them accountable. And to me, if they were willing to let us try it for free, I bet you not. Like look at the Antares. Like there was a day there where it just didn't work properly. That shit won't happen, right? Because they need it to work decently because people are trying it to buy it. And to me, it shows confidence in that, hey, we've got a good ship. Come here and try it because you'll love it and you want to buy it. And even
it's like anything. You give someone something that's useful to them or that they enjoy, and then you take it away.
Yep, that's it. That's the incentive.
And
this was
great.
The
loss of it that's anything else. It's even like I didn't even think I was going to upgrade, but now I've had that taken away.
Yep.
Now I really need it. I didn't realize how much I need it till you took it off me. It's like anything. It's like injuring your damn neck. Do you have any idea how much you use your neck to get out of bed? No, until you fucking hurt it. And then you are acutely aware of how much you need your neck to get out of bed.
I also
it's that sort of stuff, right?
I'd be interested to see, like, because a really good test of this is how many people brought vultures because they gave everyone access to a vulture, right? And they didn't just give that for 24 hours; that was the entire PU cycle, right? So if I actually would love to see, like, and I remember I was talking with Grim and Ender. They were on a stream, and Ender was like, "I didn't want a vulture." And then I tried it on the PU. I now own a vulture. You know, and I'm not saying that's the same for everyone, but there's one sale that they wouldn't have got if they didn't let him tested. You know, so I kind of extrapolate that out. I hope they do that with more things in the future because they need to be confident in the ships that they're selling, and it shows confidence. And confidence, if they're willing to back their own ships, I'm willing to back them with cash and buy those said ships. And I know I'm not the only one that'll think that way.
Sure. I mean, okay. All right. Waminator83 in Twitch says these analogies are insane. It's nothing like that. Okay, cool. Let's try this analogy. Allowing people to try stuff for free, brackets, renting them in game, will decrease the sale of ships. That's the argument being made, allowing people to try stuff for free. All we're making the argument is that we shouldn't be forcing new players to play for the amount of time it takes to get the money to try it, an 890 jump or a hammerhead, 22 million credits is ridiculous to force new players to do at this stage. Later on, I'm with you 100%. But right now, it doesn't matter. Everything's going to, we don't even have armor. We've got no physiological components. Engineering isn't a thing. We don't have relays. We can't lift anything out of ships, although that's hopefully coming very, very soon. Like, it's going to change so much. It does no harm at this stage. We still have our ships. It takes nothing away from us.
But it adds
because
to
we
sales,
know that
doesn't it?
and all it's doing is adding value for them.
I think the other part of it too is it's going to remove that stigma of the pay-to-win factor, because a lot of people say, "Oh, I've got to buy hundreds of ships," and like if I buy a starter ship, it's garbage. You know, but allowing them to get the scope of a ship that they want to upgrade to, I have no problem with that. And I know I can hear people saying, "Oh, but you get to do that in Invictus and free fly events and blah blah blah." But if it's a ship that you're really specifically after, that's not always in a free fly, and that really does, you know, not every ship is available in Invictus, so that literally brings it down to just the AIE, and that's it. And not only that, you can only get certain ships on particular days, so that really limits it to the last couple of days of the sale. My whole point being is I think they've got enough ships now that they can, you know, you need that bit of demo factor, and I think there should be, especially in these early stages, I think there should be, I don't know, I'm trying to think of how I would do it, and I'm almost thinking wouldn't it be cool if, like, you know how they do the monthly ship for the subscribers? I would make it so that there is a free ship monthly. So there's an exclusive one for subscribers, like, or maybe they get 5 of them. I've got no idea. You know, you up it, right? But then there's a free one that everyone gets access to. So there's always something cycling through. So I only own an Aurora, but this week I got to try out a Hammerhead. You know?
I suppose that possibly is you know, a better way, is a way of balance, rather than going, okay, here's all ships for 2 months. Because you, like you say, the way you're talking about it, you can manage which ships people get. So you're like, okay, there's some ships we never want to let people try, so we're not going to. You're never going to try the really esoteric. Maybe they never give the Prowler out. It's the F8 Lightning. It's the whatever it is, right?
Actually, I just realized you could go the other way too. There's almost enough ships that you could have a different ship every week. Why not? Why not? It's automated. Just put it in, and it randomly dials the next one, and it's a random ship every week. You know, that'll suck on certain weeks where there's an event on, and everyone happens to just have X ship that's perfect for that event. But that would be funny, you know.
As long as it's not the Ion. Right.
That would be really funny. That would be hilarious.
A fan of the Ion, then, Jenny.
Yes.
Oh yeah, love it. I love it.
Like a hole in the head. Yeah.
Yeah, a mate of mine bought it because he thought, well, this does exactly what it's supposed to do. He saw what it did. He bought it. 3 days later, they nerfed it. I wasn't impressed.
The funny thing is, the amount of hate Algrid and I got on the video for telling people it was shit. Then it comes out and it was that shit. You know, we said it'll be great when it first comes out, and then it'll get nerfed into oblivion because it won't have all the functionality it needs. And it was overpriced. I don't need to blow my own horn. Like, my videos speak for themselves. Anyway, all right. What's the next question, please, Badgers?
Okay, North End Trooper asks, when do you think we'll be able to refuel our snub fighters in larger ships like the Carrack and the Odyssey?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
I think that probably the earliest you probably see something like that comes in line with repair. So going back and adding functionality to essentially pads, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also look at things like the Carrack, right? So when is that it sits thing come into play? When do they start putting rules in? So certain ships, you know, oh, you've just landed a medium ship on a small pad. Sorry, I can't help you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's going to be really interesting. When those things start to fall into place, I think there are going to be certain people that are like, what do you mean this doesn't work? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do this to embarrass him. Everyone, we have a verified legend in the chat with us. Rescue Shack 1 saves lives for a living. Not only is this guy a helicopter pilot, he is also one of the Thames commanders. He runs the lifeboats on the River Thames in London. He is instrumental in saving a ridiculous number of lives a year. His lifeboat station is the busiest lifeboat station in the UK.
So he's the guy that drags. He's the guy that drags you out
chat.
of the drink when you get drunk every week. Right,
he's the guy that gave basically. Yeah, he's the guy who basically saved me while I was in London by doing all of the work while I was sat in the control room. So yeah, appreciate it, Chris. Thank you, mate.
So you just barked orders at him all the time, right?
I've now doxed him as well by saying his name on stream. But sorry, dude.
Yeah,
good on you.
Looking forward to September. Oh, Chris,
what's his address
September,
again?
The next Crowswell thing.
What's his address again? Sorry, yeah, he must go the whole hog at this point. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, reach out on Steam, mate. I'll have a chat with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's all good. Okay, so having just done that, absolute legend.
Yeah, tell us about the snub fighter refueling you two. So when do you guys think we're likely to see that?
Good question.
What do you reckon, mate?
I got no idea. No idea.
I think
it's interesting because you would expect that to be not a manual thing, so you're not running over with jerry cans and pouring fuel in the back, like you would expect on the Liberator, for example, where that more it looks like it's going to be more of that sort of stuff. But it looks like it should just almost be what we do now, which is once you're connected, just I want to take fuel and it hands it off. But yeah,
I actually think that they will eventually see jerry cans. It's something me and Argid have talked about quite extensively. And one of the things we're starting to realize is there's different power sources. So, you know, like a Drake ship might actually run on fuel, but another high-end ship might work on batteries. You know, so there are going to be multiple fuel sources.
Maybe we could track the beam, the jerry can.
There you go.
To fuel it.
Totally.
Yeah.
You know, and there are going to be pros and cons to both. So something like a liquid fuel might be dirtier, but it's more accessible. Where a battery, you have to wait for it to recharge, but it lasts longer. You know, things like that. It doesn't have to be touched as often.
There's no reason why I couldn't have it to just drag a hose over to it. So land it in your ship.
So traditionally speaking, the reason why they don't do hoses is there's a high polygon count. Right, but if they can find a way to pull it off, yeah, well, absolutely. You know, and again, they can beam it. We've seen they use beams for everything, but they could have beams where
beaming gets the answer.
Yeah, and there's a reason why. Go ahead.
Chat is awash with refueling beam, battery beam.
Yeah. But that's why they do things like that. They gamify things because there are limits to the technology. There are limit like if you want an actual real flexible pipe, what do you really get out of that? You don't. And actually, traditionally speaking, in a lot of older games, like if you go back to N64 and stuff, when they did hoses and stuff, they were always like a black line, and it was actually just a bunch of sprite pixels because it was easier to do it like that, and it still looked like a pipe, but because it was black, it had no lighting, no shadow effects, because as soon as you color it, it wouldn't look right. So that's how they always got away with stuff, was that they would turn hoses into sprites. But I don't think that's good enough for our era. You'd probably actually see a proper working pipe. In this day and age, I think they could pull it off, but again, I come back to what is the advantage of it? And there is always things that can go wrong when you turn in physics, when you're trying to do animations and stuff like clipping and shit like that. Where a jerry can, it's just a box that you rotate. You know what I mean? So there's no real, and it's like, okay, I've now taken 5% of this out of here, change the amount that's in this container and now put it in there. So it just becomes numbers and code at that point. So a jerry can is actually, believe it or not, easier than a hose.
Well, Modstar, dude, like hydrogen fuel. What? Hydrogen's a gas. That's exactly what it is.
Well, we know that gas collection is going to be a thing too.
Yes.
Look at the Staff era. We have liquid and solids and gas. So there's no reason. We've been predicting for a while. There's still 3 more gas ships to come: a capital, a small, and a medium. So if they all become real, gas is going to be a real thing. Like liquid is the Staff era is a thing. There's liquid transport. It is a thing. Right, it's just how far they decide to take it, and you bring that all back to all the different things. Your ship may run on gas. Your ship may run on both. You could have a hybrid.
I'm just gonna fling an image your way, X, that you might want to bring up so we can talk through it. But effectively, and Rescue Shrek 1 in chat said it. There's a this is what they call a RAS, or a replenishment at sea, and what you're seeing here is that's a cable that's been passed between 2 ships. And what they do is they put I'm really sorry, X, for demonetizing the stream, but they call it the dildo, and it's an orange soft round that has a loop in the end with a line, and you actually fire an adapted round in an SA-80, and you fire it and it shoots this thing over, which is your little line. You pull that and it's got a slightly bigger line, and then it eventually winds its way up to this thing.
Do you know how that,
and that nozzle?
Sorry, I've got to interrupt here. A little bit of history here. That's actually how they built Niagara Falls, and the guy that came up that was an 8-year-old kid. Actually, so what they did was they sent a kite over, and then they used the line on the kite, and they went to a string, to a rope, to a chain, blah blah blah. And that concept that you just explained there was all invented by a child. Anyway, keep going. I just find that interesting that adults couldn't figure it out, but a kid did. Anyway.
On the end of that, you've got a large nozzle that works exactly the same way as planes. It just sits in that large housing at the other end, and they pass, and they're actually underway at this point. They're not stopped. So they're moving, they can adjust courses. We practice this on a very regular basis. And, you've got processes for emergency breakaways and all sorts. So, yeah, there's all sorts of ways that they could do this. I would imagine what we'll see is a lot like what we've seen for refuel from the Staff era. It's just a probe port thing. And maybe you do exactly the same with a...
Well, the first version of repair that we saw was little drones that went out and repaired your ship. It'll really come down to how extensive the damage is. Like if you've lost an entire wing, that's going to have to be 3D printed and put back on. If it's just, hull damage, they could just have the drones come out and spray, buff and paint and polish and stuff like that. It's... You might even get into like how deep of repairs do you want? Do you want a patch job? Do you just want to get back to your own place so you can repair your own stuff? Do you want it pristine? They've even talked about things like the day you buy a ship and roll it out of the showroom, the ship will never ever return to that pristine look because there's wear and tear. Like how, like we were saying earlier today about like everything will become really bespoke because of the wear and tear. My Constellation is 10 years old realistically. That'll never look like I will never be able to make that look the same as it did 10 years. Do I go buy a new one because I want that new look again? It'll be people that have OCD that's like, all right, it's been 2 weeks, I'm gonna have to buy a new constellation now because I don't like there will be people that do that. Like one of the things I hate in Hunt Showdown is they have dirty guns, and I can't. It drives me batshit, right? And they make you use a real world currency to close your gun, and that's the worst part about cleaning your guns. It should be the in-game currency, not the real world currency. But they are looking at fixing that. But I'm just giving that as an example. They should never ever attack people with OCD. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe they'll backpedal on that a little bit, and
I'm sure it'll probably change again.
Yeah,
to a degree.
Absolutely,
like everything.
Agreed.
So.
Yep. Okay. Noctis Actual asks, why would the Scorpius get the heavy fighter designation, while medium fighters like the Hornet get pilot-controlled turrets, while the Vanguard Neris get a bed or a massive gun as an added benefit over the medium fighters? I think the Scorpius should be medium.
So tell me then why the Banu Defender has 2 beds, 2 people, and it's considered a light fighter. Gotcha. Whatever they designate it as. And it seems to be based on some things that we're not looking at, like armor, size of the guns, things like that. And I think you'd even say, look at the Hurricane to the Scorpius. You know, they're both technically heavy fighters, but there's a massive size difference between the two. There are other things that are just not in the game yet that people are not putting into their calculations, like armor, maneuverability. We're going to sit with the Santoki Eye. That's technically a medium fighter. I had someone arguing with me that it was a heavy fighter, and I'm like, "Yep, go look it up. It's a medium. I'm not going to argue with you." And he was literally surprised. It's a medium fighter, but it's quite large, so he just assumed it was a heavy fighter. And at the end of the day, they have design documents that we don't have access to. There's a method to their madness. I think there's not much else I can say there because I don't have those intricate details. None of us do. We only have the details that CIG gave us. And as I said, there's clearly things that are just not, you know, like, I still am a bit baffled to why armor hasn't been added to the game, and I think a lot of it's got to do with Squadron 42. I think they can fake armor, so they just never bothered putting the system in, because look, what is armor from a single player perspective? It is just another health pool. You can fake it with stats. So until it actually get on to making the multiplayer component, it's like, well, that's one less thing we've got to work on, so they just took it off the list. So yeah.
What do you reckon, Jen? Happy with the Scorpius being a heavy fighter?
I really don't care.
Nice.
Blinds attack. You don't own one, obviously, do you, Jen? just to give a shit.
Yeah.
A Scorpius?
Yeah, do you own one?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a Scorpius.
Does your chauffeur fly you around in that while you're on the turret? Because you said you're a turret guy? Yeah.
Come on, James.
Yeah.
We're going for this bounty, James.
What do you call it? Do you have a name for it?
No. I've hardly named anything. So I'm waiting until I can do everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was
completely unmoved by the Scorpius until I saw it in game, and I was in chat with Edison and Katner. And as I ran past it, I went, "Hey, the Scorpius is actually really pretty when you run around it, and it's landed." And they just started laughing because they know I'm now a fully committed RSI whore.
Yeah.
I don't know. At least you recognise that.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. It's the first step, right? The first step in solving any problem is recognising that there is one.
You've done well. You're on the road to recovery.
I just need another Perseus, man. Bring me down.
I think I'll give you a suggestion, Jen. Something like my wife's new pair of shoes. Something like that would be a good title for your Scorpius. Anyway.
Probably.
Wow.
I'll write that down.
Yeah.
No. Jess, I've got it. I've got the name for my Perseus.
What?
She got the house.
You got the house.
Which is funny because I'm divorced. Yeah, she got the house. That's it. That is the name for my.
I was smart. I didn't buy a house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got married. Like, is this the line to lose half my shit?
That reminds me of that. What's that movie? And they're lining up to get money out of the bank teller, and the guy's like, "I'll be your robber," and they're just like, so they're getting the money straight out of the ATM and just gives it straight to the robber, and then walks off. Like, it's
dear.
Anyway.
Yeah, it was good. A friend of mine, my card wasn't working. She was like, "Should go out?" I was like, "Yeah, but I'm going to have to transfer you some money so you can grab it out for me." She was like, "Yeah." And as we were walking to the cash point in the dark, I was like, "This looks a little bit like a mugging." Frog marching this little woman to the cash point. Give me money now. Give it. Okay. So, in that case, Jen, do you think we'll see ExoWolf07's question? Do you think we'll see more shuttles like the C8X?
I think we will.
This is another you don't care, isn't it?
No, I think. Well, okay. I don't really care, but I think we will. No, I think we'll see a huge amount of them, to be honest. With like from different manufacturers, similar style of ship though. For the similar role, because they're a great little ship. They fill a great little role. So
there's definitely still one role left. The very first version, of the Perseus that Argon and I looked into was the scanning one. And so when they brought out the Perseus and said they had a scanning station, we were like, yes, but we removed it for cargo. We were like, what? Because so definitely I still see that scanning version coming now that we've got the medical Pisces. I think it is the absolute needed version for the Carrack, because there's no way for the Carrack itself to go through a small jump point. You need the Pisces to go through and do the scanning. And yeah, I'm looking forward to being vindicated. I don't know, we'll see. But I also expect they'll do the same thing with the Cutter and any other small ships that don't have variants. And I think at the moment that's only really the Cutter now. The Cutter's the only real small starter that doesn't have a variant. Where previously, when they came online, like you'd get like all the Mustangs in one hit, So I think they've figured out they can up the dollars a bit, by doing variants. But we'll see.
Well, most things do increase dollar value as we go along anyway, so.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I've got this crazy working theory that one of the money sinks in the game is going to be just the wear and tear of re-entry and leaving atmosphere on ships. And the larger the ship, the more that's going to happen. And I think shuttles, to justify even their existence, are going to be not immune to that, but that's going to, they're going to have a very small effect. So that's where shuttles come into use. It's like, well, why would you take your shuttle down the Carrack? Well, because every time you go through the atmosphere, it's 25,000 UEC worth of wear and tear on the hull, or you can do that on your shuttle and it's 500 UEC. It
also shows things like reasons why the Crucible is going to be such a valuable ship. Like repair ships are going to be needed a lot more than like. I also look at things like manufacturing. Like if manufacturing falls into armor, how do you repair armor? Well, you've got to repair it somehow. So there probably is going to be repair manufacturing based ships, or some or places that you go. You know what I mean? Like where do I go to get my armor? Like a tailor, like type of thing. Like they're just things that we haven't even looked at yet to see down the line. Like that's obviously not needed for Squadron 42 at all, right? But you can very quickly see, like, I want to go somewhere and I want to make my brand new armor pink. I want to take my old armor and get it repaired. Like you can very quickly extrapolate out very quickly. There's so many professions in this game that they can add as time goes by. So we'll see.
You heard it here. X is getting pink armor.
And I'm going to call it General Desperado.
For those that have known X for a while, that's not really a surprise.
No.
Okie dokie. So, Nova42 asks, how do you think selling of ships and vehicles that people have pledged for will work once that's in game? In particular, how about selling a G12 that is included with a pledged 600i?
Would they ever go that route?
They have talked about it in the past, but I think one of the ways they would limit it is make it so you got to sell it to a shop, and then the shop sells it to a player. because that would just stop insane pricing and stuff like that. And then again, it's like it becomes a supply thing. There are no Krakens at the moment because we don't have the resources to make one. Oh, but this guy has decided to sell his Kraken, so you can now buy, there's one in our inventory. You know, there are ways to stop those things. And again, like, hey, I've got the only Kraken in existence, so it's going to cost you $5 bajillion. Or do they make it so, well, this was a pre-purchased one, so you can only sell it to a store? You know?
Yeah.
So there are ways that they can fix things like that. It's just what they decide to do again.
Yeah. Jen, you sounded doubtful they'd even go that route at all.
I just, to me, it just seems like a silly way to go. It opens too much of a can of worms, I think, for them. When you're talking real money to game to real money back, and I think it just
you do know they mentioned you do know they mentioned in the past though, right? That was an option. Okay, just
yeah. To me, I would keep it to anything boarding game you could resell. That's what I would do.
I think the problem is from a legal standpoint. Once you kind of say something, people will behold you to that and sue you for it. If you don't.
So
I think so again, that's why I'm saying there's the middle ground. You can do it, but you're not going to get these exorbitant prices you're thinking you're going to get. So that's how they limit. Yeah. So I'm always looking for limiting factors to bring things back to realism. And so again, if you essentially can sell your ship, but all you're getting for it is the same flat in-game value, like if a Kraken costs X, it'll always cost X, and you can't charge more for it just because of supply and demand. That's how you limit and factor things. Because if you had a ship that, you know, the game launches and that ship is worth X, or you could sit on it for 12 months and then they become rare as hen's teeth, that's what you're going to do. You're going to sit on it to put up the market value. That's what everyone does, right? But if you remove that, no one will, you know, you can control that. And knowing the environment, and we're going into a game like that, you're going to look for ways that they can control it. It's the same thing. They've already talked about things like, why is AI 90% of this economy, or going to be the in-game economy? Because then if some idiot comes along and tries to control things, they can just go, nope. They can use the 90% of the AI to say, nope. That's what it's for. It's a control mechanism. They're trying to keep it balanced.
I mean, I don't think you can go as far as suing someone for what they say they put in game. I think
you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. You could absolutely, if you bought it at about that time, you could claim that was the reason you bought it, because who the hell can disprove you? And you could absolutely get your money back and potentially try and get everything out of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could certainly do that. I think potentially the happy middle ground is if they have some premium currency like Plex for Eve or whatever, then you would sell it back to a shop that is effectively CIG, and you would get an equivalent value in-game currency. So effectively what you're doing is you're exchanging it. Except it's, you know, so potentially something like that in-game. But I think, again, you know, it's... Yeah.
All right.
That statement is not true. But
I got a question for the pair of you. So, during the week, I discovered that CCP, the makers of Eve, are looking to fund a project called Project Awakening. And what they're looking at doing is you buy in-game. It's going to be a crypto, a coin, but that will end up being the in-game currency for that game. But essentially, the difference between, say, this and Star Citizen, where Star Citizen started on Kickstarter and you're given ships as pledges, etc., you're actually like being an investor, because if you buy in on that currency, you know, you might buy it in, say, $50. If that comes out, it could be worth $1,000. Do you know what I mean? So my question to you guys is, if you actually had an opportunity, and Jen, I put this to you as well, going back in time, if they had actually not sold spaceships, but actually made it so you could invest into Star Citizen, now everyone's going to say yes because of the way it's taken off. But do you realistically think if you go back in time, you would have invested rather than purchased? And I want you to honestly analyze yourself and say, are you one of those people that would invest in?
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Okay.
And that's why I've never touched Star Atlas either.
What about
as far as, to me, it's too much focus on the money and nothing else. And it would have been the same thing.
I think I would have, because I really believed in Star Citizen back on Kickstarter. Like, everything I was hearing, it was like, for me, it was like a fighting back against the system. Because back then, all the console people saying, oh, PCs are going to die. It's a little bit what happened with loot boxes. You know, they came and said, oh, loot boxes are the future. And I've realized now, after, you know, all this time, every time a publisher says they want something, or something is going to be this way, they want it to be. Not that it's going to be that. They think if they just keep telling people this is how it's going to be, they can wish it into existence, right? And now look at it, you know, all these years later, it's the other way. Consoles are dying off. And you know, in a generation or two, they're so close to PCs now, and their prices are going up so much that eventually, like, the way consoles have gone, they've become so PC-like that more people are using PCs than ever before. And I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a merging. You know, you'll probably get a PlayStation-branded PC at some point.
Well, wouldn't be surprised, unfortunately.
So, yeah.
But to me, like, crypto or any of those kinds of things have no place in games as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's plenty of people that disagree, but to me, that's a no-go zone for me.
Montoya did a very good video on it, and he talks about what they're looking for is the people that are half crypto bros, half gamer bros, and they're looking for just that little overlap. And I think they are two very different markets, but there is a very small overlap. But I'm not even talking about crypto. I'm talking about literally, because back then crypto wasn't a thing, really, right? If you go back far enough, right? It would have been gone, here, I give you $1,000, and when the game releases, whatever the value of that $1,000 is what I get back. It would have been an investment. And this is a project that I believed in way back then because I wanted them to succeed. I did not, like, the thing that really grabbed me in that trailer was when they said, and I am a PC game, and rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Something to that effect, right? And I went, yes, I am in. I don't even care what this game is. And then it just went off from there. It was like things like, I am Chris Roberts, Wing Commander, and I'm like, yes, I played all those as a kid. I am definitely into this. And it all just went from there. But the line that grabbed me, that convinced me, yes, I'm back in this game, was I'm a PC game and I am not dead. Along to those factors. Badges, what about you? What do you think you would have invested?
I can say categorically no. And the reason I can say that is I used to work for Games Workshop. Make Warhammer and Age of Sigmar and all that sort of stuff. And one of the things you could do in that is you could have part of your pay or whatever in shares in the company. Now, that's a company that was formed in 1983. They are proven. They are now a FTSE 350 company. It's terrifying. They make plastic goblins, and they make a ridiculous amount of money a year.
So what you're saying is the bosses are just making models of themselves. Okay, right, gotcha.
Basically.
Yeah.
No, there's no evil capitalist boss. We're all good. But you know, there is no. I didn't invest in them either. I have no. If I had enough money where investing was a good idea for me, I might have, for a moment, entertained it. But then it's not a proven company; it's not a proven product. I don't think, even from the investor's point of view. And that's nothing against CIG. It's one thing to go, I have money for a hobby. I'm going to invest it in Star Citizen. It's something else to go, I'm looking for a return on an investment. I'm going to invest it on an entirely unproven company that doesn't yet have a product.
Maybe
that's not why I play games, but I don't play games as an investment. I don't, and that's why I won't touch Star Atlas, because I don't play games to make money. I play games to have fun.
I think that's the slight difference between where I joined the game and where you gents joined the game. Because back when I joined on Kickstarter, it was nothing, right? And for me, it was an investment. It was a risk, because I was like, well, you know, like, and Kickstarter back then, like, it was that was its heyday, right? You know, they got very lucky with where Star Citizen started, because now people won't touch things on Kickstarter because there's so many damn scams. But from my perspective, I really wanted this to succeed, right? And I think if you talk to a lot of the people from back then, putting, you know, $100, $200 in, it was a gamble.
Yeah.
But if you didn't have us those seeders there at the start, we wouldn't have snowballed to where we are today.
Well, this is the thing, is that I was one of those people.
Mm-hmm.
I became aware of the game pretty much as soon as I started working for Games Workshop, which was March 2013.
Oh, there you go.
And I went, no. And that's it. I've been aware, I'd followed, I'd checked, because I remember looking at all the stretch goals, at all the ones they hadn't completed.
That's actually technically after the Kickstarter, just so you're aware.
Yeah, so after the Kickstarter, yeah. But in terms of their stretch goals and whatever else, and I remember watching some of those stretch goals be completed in 24 hours.
Yeah. So
I'm being absolutely amazed at the growth of it, but
so what I'm trying to
up kind of
what I'm trying to say is there's a very big difference between a game that's raised $1 million and a game that's raised $1,000. Right? And I'm just using that as an extreme example, but you can see what I mean. Like they're talking like all this big pie in the sky thing that what they want to make, and they've only got $1,000. But then you know, I think that's a part of the thing. Like this game's success, the more successful it becomes, the more easier it is for people to jump in. It's just that simple, you know.
Is
what I'm getting at.
No disagreement there at all. But investing in a game because you want the product and investing in a company are two completely different things.
Yeah, I
not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I definitely invested for the product, not for the company. No, 100%. Yeah. And I think Chris Roberts was a big draw card for me as well. And I think I'm not the only one in that regard. I think back at the very beginning, he's like, I don't think many other people could have pulled it off. Like if it was just like a no-name, like if you look at other games that they've put on, you know, I'm trying to think of another video game. Elite was one of them, but again, he's got the pedigree. You know, there's not many people that could pull it off, right? Like if it had been a brand new company, and there have been Kickstarters that have gone on there as a brand new company and they've completely utterly failed. It's like you've got no track record. You know, so it's just interesting. And I'm glad we talked about it because I'm interested. I was just interested to hear your guys' responses because it does require certain people take risks. You know, this project, like we all agree, right? This project would not be here if people at the very beginning didn't take risks. And it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. We're all different type of people. And I would actually equate it to what Desperado said. It is a little bit like gambling, and that should not be in games. You know, and sadly, you can actually go back and look throughout the history of video games. They've all had mechanics that make you spend more. Most simplest one was how hard games were in the coin slot days to keep getting you feed quarters into it. That was the most blatantly obvious. But even today, it's all, you know, like you buy a game and then it'll be a full price game, and then over the history of the game, you'll spend 5 times what that game is worth just in cosmetics.
Yeah, well, look what they do on mobile games.
Yep.
But to me, a lot of it just takes that basic thing again away from the reason for the games is for the escapism, the fun, not the stress about, am I going to make money? Has the price of Solana gone up today or whatever it is? That's what it's there for. You've literally nailed why I don't work in the gaming industry anymore. Because I was wanting to make the games I really wanted to make. And, you know, these money people would come in from publishers. That was the other part of it. You know, I'd literally only a couple of years earlier quit. And here's this guy that just wants to make a game that's untethered, unpublished and modeled, and just make whatever you want. I'm like, go at it. It's like, because that would be exactly like what he was describing was the game I wanted to make, the way I wanted to make it. I just lived in another country. If I lived in the UK or the USA, I'm pretty sure at some point I would have started working at CIG, because just the whole thing. And I told Chris, like when I interviewed him, I said, if I worked there, like, and I even showed him game design documents that I had back from, I showed him this game design document that I'd done on Battlestar Galactica, and it had the Newtonian physics and it had the damage parts that he was putting in. And I said, look, see, I've had a similar idea to you. And he's like, holy shit. Like, and I said, and you can see where I've marked it. And it was like the year it was marked and stuff like that. And so he is a very clever man. And the ideas that I had, I was like, I'm obviously not doing this justice compared to what you have, but I love where you're taking this game. And the game's just grown and grown and grown. I think that's why most of us are here. We love where it's going.
Yep, that's it in a nutshell.
We've never experienced this, so.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to tell Chris Roberts that to his face at CitizenCon, and just said, look, there was a game that I remember being in the car coming back from a LAN party with a mate, and we started talking about the game that we would love to play, and we started talking about a space game of unprecedented size where you could walk around inside the ships, where hacking a door or getting through a door wouldn't just be hold F to open door. Yep. It would be take out a multi-tool, aim it at what you needed to, or, some sort of cutting tool, and actually cut through the beams, actually remove the thing and hack it or whatever, with the ability to go planet side and fight on battles. And shock horror, 6 years later, I find this Kickstarter for a game called Star Citizen, which describes everything. And I remember literally the moment I found it, I printed out all the Kickstarter goals that evening, took it into work the next day, and literally got my staff over to the terminal and went, screw staff training, I'm going to make you watch a video, which was their, intro video with a bang goal. And then it was like, now I'm going to make you read the Kickstarter goals, and you will be as excited for this game, or you get fired. It's as simple as that.
And he doesn't work there anymore. No,
I wonder why.
I was subsequently fired. Yeah, I'm kidding. I wasn't fired. Okay, so moving swiftly on then. Waffle Insanity asks, do you think this new tech for making these buildings will help with the tech for modules?
Yes.
No.
You don't think so? Okay.
Jed?
Explain why.
Don't care.
Do you want to wait?
I don't care. Yeah, the running theme here, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, new drinking game. Don't actually do this because you'll die. But new drinking game. Down your drink every time Jen says, "I don't care." We are not responsible for anyone going into hospital. Don't actually do that. You will die.
When I say I don't care, that's sort of a cover for I don't know. I got no idea. You would hope it would, but will it or won't it? I don't really know.
You can actually see how it works because, the procedural generation of rooms is not that different to ships. I actually wouldn't be surprised eventually if we don't see a ship where it's so big that it's like all its rooms are bespoke. They're procedurally generated, and then that's sold to you. That's your version of the ship. Do we need it? Absolutely not. Would it be cool and add to realism? Absolutely. And I think you could actually, yourself badges would say when they build like an aircraft carrier or something like that, the very next version that comes off the assembly line is already different to the one before it. Yes? Yeah. No?
I see where you're going with that. I just think the tech is so massively different that modules, the question isn't layout or what goes in it or dressing it up or any of the things that we saw demoed today. It's function. How does it relate to the game? Do we want this? Are we damaging another ship by bringing this in with this modularity, which is something we've talked about at length, X, when we were talking about the Caterpillar and how confirming modularity for some ships and the simple act of not confirming modularity for others damages the ones you're not confirming it for. I think it's like, well, I've got no idea what the Caterpillar will be modular for, so why would I buy it right now?
I think there would be at least some shared code in there at some point. That I'll leave it at that. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, and how deep that goes, maybe in the down the road we'll find out. But for me, I can definitely see they try to reuse stuff as much as possible. So I bet you there's at least some shared code base there at some point. But yeah, I could be completely wrong.
Okie dokie. Shinobi Trip asks, do you have a prediction of when the Retaliator rework will be done? Do you think they will hold out until it's ready for modules?
So the last time we saw that, it was on the roadmap for 6 months' work, because we know that the door had to be worked on. I think if they were going back to do that, they would use that as a test space for docking, because they know that they have to go back and change the way some docking ports work. I also think they would also take the time to update that ship I also think that even just between you and me, Badges, we've had to talk about the turrets on that ship because they're size 2s and there's too many for a ship of that size now.
Mm-hmm.
Do it all in one go or do it twice. Is it still on the roadmap? That's the thing I'll chuck back at you. I haven't actually checked in a while. Is it still on there? Can someone tell me if the Retaliator is still on the roadmap? If it's on the roadmap, then I would say that they're probably doing it all. Because that makes the most sense.
It is.
It was on the roadmap a while ago, but I can't tell if it still is. I haven't checked in a while. But I'm sure someone in chat will let us know.
Because I don't care.
And take a drink.
That's your merch right there. I don't care.
I don't care. Just ... I don't care. Yeah.
Genuinely, mate, I don't have a clue.
Yeah.
And there's not even enough information to guess. Of course, the thing with modules is that you can always release more if you do them, possibly. Jack, Nightbot did not like your nurse comment, but I've let you through. But yeah, so no clue. Sorry, dude. There's just not enough out there. My guess would be bullshit. To be.
His guess is he doesn't care and just wait and see what they put on the roadmap.
Yeah, it definitely needed the door fixed, but like as I'm trying to say, like you come back around to it and think about it, it's one of the older ships. It needs an update. We know that they're getting to gold. They're getting towards that area where they have to go back and do all the ships. I don't know. Like it's their choice at the end of the day.
Face Kitten has just said in chat that searching Retaliator in progress tracker shows 0 results.
There you go.
So
it's probably probably off the roadmap until another.
And is it really a priority for anything?
Exactly.
That's the other thing. So that plays its part. Like it might have seemed like a priority at the time, and then oh, hang on a minute, we don't really need this. So
ooh.
It was on Teams.
Face Kit just said I'm wrong. Looking on Teams.
All right, I'm going to look it up.
Dun. What did it say, Faced? What did it say?
Oh no, Faced.
Let's have a look for ourselves.
Implementing, polishing, and optimizing all features required to bring the Aegis Retaliator up to gold standard.
Oh.
Deliverables. Next tab across.
I thought you said it was on Teams.
No, they were on Teams. Oh. So that's why they got 0 hits.
Oh, wow. There it is there.
Dun, dun, dun.
Room AC swapping.
There you go. It even says room swapping. That is European vehicle. Yep. So that's not craft. The other thing is, though, it's not on the... It's done. Because there's no bar, so it's already been done. That scares me, though. 26 weeks. This must be one of those things, then, that hasn't carried over from Squadron 42 yet, but it might at a later date.
Yeah. Phased, we said don't do the Gen I don't care drinking game because you've just typed I was wrong Phil's birthday man, and I'm pretty sure that's not what you meant. So stop it. Stop doing it. You will die.
The game is
we need to stage an intervention. Bless you. Right. Anyway, having finished taking the piss out of Phased, Adamoth asks us, did the ballistic changes implemented in 318 work for you? What else can they do other than implement physical armor?
I haven't tested it yet, so I honestly couldn't tell you. What about you? What about you, Jen? Have you noticed any ballistic changes?
I haven't really tested it. Paid that much attention to it at the moment. Unfortunately.
And other pros.
like staying alive.
Breathing.
I haven't. I've been flying a Vanguard Harbinger stock loadout, just to get to and from, and every so often I've flown into like bounty ships that were above what I was going to. And whilst I didn't fly it before the ballistic changes, it hasn't felt particularly weird in terms of time to kill.
Right.
small bounties and stuff. So it does. It's not like, oh Jesus, how many times am I going to have to hit this thing? It's stripped the shields out pretty quickly, and it's done a lot of damage when I'm actually able to hit, which I'll admit is not a lot of the time. My aim sucks. But yeah.
I don't know about you, Jen, but this is basically my vision of badges at the moment. It's kind of like can't hit anything.
Yeah, that's definitely not me.
Can't even hit a razor to his face. Anyway,
definitely not.
I missed. All right.
Again.
Next question, please, young man.
Ooh.
Who are you calling young?
Well, you're the youngest one here.
Yeah. You are the young. Yeah, you are the youngest one.
X, I'm pretty sure I'm older than you.
How old are you?
Message me in.
All right.
Unless you're happy revealing your age, but I'm pretty sure
everyone knows
women don't like revealing their age. On.
So we did.
Oh fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah, told you. I look younger than I am. That's the thing. Like,
well, I don't even have to type.
No, you don't.
I'm older than you.
Yeah. That's because you fart dust, Jen. That's because you fart dust.
Well and truly.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm glad it's only dust.
Yeah.
Just in case you were wondering, yes, this is how we treat. Well, treats all, I guess.
When you start farting mud, that's when you got to worry.
I thought it was more like when you fart and it sounds like the wind rusted.
Or sawdust.
Next question.
That's a good answer.
Bit close to home, that.
I love it, X. He's been here 2 hours and he's already like, you two need to shut up and answer.
This is how Jen and I act all the time.
I just worry that I'll take it further.
Yeah. It's just banner, man. You got to know how to banner. Like, I don't know what it is with the Brits. They just can't keep up with the banner. They talk about having really good banner, and then they talk to Aussies, and it's like the Aussies just eat them for breakfast. Anyway, it's all good.
So Revan asks, what unannounced combat ship do you think we'll see for Invictus, and what would you like to see?
What did he say? Unannounced what?
Combat ship do you think we'll see for Invictus?
So
what would you like to see?
Santoki's got to be on the list. The Lynx has got to be on the list.
No,
and
what unannounced combat ship?
The Fury.
Isn't that kind of announced?
No, that's different.
No, it wasn't. It officially was on ISC, so it's not a leak when they talk about it. They could have edited it out. They could have bleeped it out. They could have done whatever they wanted. So,
but it's still not announced.
Well, technically, now it is.
Yeah, that's true. So there's the Fury.
And we know someone's working on it, right? So if someone's working on it, that means it's in production essentially. So being a single seat fighter, I think it's the only one that we don't know about. And it was something I was saying to Algrid a couple of weeks ago. I was saying, like, I posted in supporters and I literally said, I think we can now safely say these are the things coming at Invictus. And the other thing I said to Algrid when we were having a talk the other week was, it's really weird. We're on the other side of things now. So it's not like, what are the ships that are coming? It's like, what could it potentially be from these pool of ships? They've gone the other way. So it's like, we can't hide what's coming. So let's just announce so many goddamn things. And now they're going to figure out which ones are coming. That's a really safe way to be if you think about it. Rather than trying to hide everything, announce 20 things and then just keep announcing other little ones, but not telling us when they're coming out. Very clever if you think about it. Keep them guessing.
Yeah, at least we're not guessing what it is going to be, just which one.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. But you can't tell. So you can't plan if you don't know what's coming. There's 20 rocks coming at you. Which ones do you catch?
Well, there's no planning, really. It's just, do I buy it or don't I?
Yeah.
What? Do I want it or don't I?
So I think we can safely, like, if I was betting, and I know, like, we talked about gambling before, but if I was betting, it would be the Santoki and the Fury, and then a vehicle. And I think we can safely kind of say the Lynx since they showed the Lynx today, I think it's more likely that than the X1. So, That's kind of where I land. I don't know about you, Badgers. Do you feel that they're safe bets? Or, I know you don't like to speculate like I do, but if you had to guess,
yeah, I think they're safe bets. I mean, in terms of what I'd like to see, give drone combat ship, give
Perseus,
like a drone controller, give carrier, give us another carrier. So yeah, because I mean, if you're going to call the Liberator a combat ship, then call the other carrier as well, just for shits and giggles.
Gotta ask,
Fuck
Jen,
it, why not?
Jen, do you own a Redeemer?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I could tell. What other ships would you like to see being a big first-person shooter player? What do you think? Like besides the Redeemer, what's some other ships that lean into your stuff?
Well, unfortunately, I'm sort of a steer away from ships at the moment. I'm more interested in ground vehicles at the moment.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you serious?
Yeah, I know.
That's they are the worst value for money. Like if you've watched any of our shit, we're like, don't buy that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'm here for the fun. Yeah,
Jen,
thank you. It's my bloody money. I'll do what the hell I want with it, unless my wife says I can't.
Jen,
other than that,
love you, buddy. You can come again. You can absolutely come again.
All right. So the secret is I got to get in with a wife, right? Okay. No.
But like another manufacturer tank, the Ranger. I'd like.
So when they floated the Hover Origin tank, you were losing your shit, I assume. Then.
No, I didn't like Hover.
Yeah.
I'm not into Hover. Any ship that's Hover, I don't like Hover.
Actually, let's law this. That would have to be a consolidated Outland tank, or a Zion tank, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Or a MISC. And I come back to consolidated Outland. I think that's the closest. Well, with the Mustang, Delta and things like that. I think they're the closest we would see, because they do have some military spin things. So
I would like to see tank battles with different tanks, not all the same tank.
Agreed.
So, and the ground vehicles, like just the bikes. Like, how long's the Ranger been?
Yeah. That's because it's got some bespoke shit though.
But
that's what's taking
it's been a long time, so that's why I would like to see it. So.
Do you know that in some of the ISCs they've actually had the bike in the background in shots? Yeah, so it's been worked on just slowly.
Yeah. Slowly getting there.
And I think you'll also know that Chris Roberts is a big fan of Battlefield, and he actually has talked about Battlefield quite a bit in the past. Like, he wants those types of things. So if you take Battlefield, like Theaters of War, there's 100% a Battlefield clone. That's what they're aiming at, and I think, long story short, you're going to get your wish. You are.
I hope so.
Yeah. What was it? Battlefield 2048. Oh, the one that was in the future, 2143 or 42 or whatever it was.
2142.
Yeah. That's what I'm expecting to be a more sci-fi spin. A bit like PlanetSide and things like that. And I just think, like, if they nail that, it's going to steal so many of those games' thunder. You come in and you play that for that, but you stay for everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say earlier, one of the other questions is, this game is literally going to ruin other games for people. It already does it for some people already, but once all the gameplay starts to flow in, holy shit.
Well, it's done it for me, because, like, a few of my mates, can you come and play this game with us? No, I don't really. Nah. I look at, I don't want to play that. That's the trouble.
It's ruined single player games for me. Like, I can only really kind of play multiplayer games now, and the kind of games that I do play, I was playing Deep Rock Galactic with Loken and Astro yesterday, and one of the things Paul said, execute playing a co-op, because that's all I play now. Is I really love those interactions with people. The teamwork, the challenge stuff. That's what I get off on. Something that I can't, I can do it alone. It's easy, it's just testing myself. But like the stuff where you got to work together with other people, that really gets me going. Like trying to predict what the other people in the game are doing, and that symbiosis. There's just nothing else quite like working with other humans. And even the AI I worry about, because I want that. Like, the ship that really got me into this game was the Andromeda. That four, me and three other mates just going around and destroying the universe type thing.
And then it's the banter while you're doing it. all that just makes it. It's like you're down at the pub with your mates having a chat. You're just
and if you're not doing
serious. There's the serious side of it, but there's also that banter side of it as well, and the fun and the laughs and the whole experience.
And we get that now with salvage and mining at the moment. It's a bit chilly, bit just relaxing. But the times I've had doing the salvage and the mining, I don't even remember what I was doing. It was just hanging out with the guys talking. It was just fun, And I love that. Yeah. What's wrong with Badges? Badges, you being cheeky motherfucker.
I'm just dealing with the fucking PTSD of the last time I played a game with you.
What did we play?
I love Hunt Showdown, and then I try to play Hunt Showdown with X, and then he just shouts at me for 45 minutes, and now I can't even hear the menu music without curling up into a ball and crying.
Oh, you poor pedal.
I used to enjoy that. Oh well, uninstall.
But I went through the same thing with SA, and SA has even said like if I didn't have me honing him very quickly, he got very good at. He's better at the game than I am now, because that's how I teach people. I'm a very harsh mistress. I just I'll drill it into you. And I did. And some people,
whether you want to or not,
some people can't stand that. But I won't put up with shitty players. I won't. Like if I'm playing Darktide and it's shit, I'll just fucking kill myself and fucking exit, because I can tell now. Like I'll go into a game and I'm like, yep, okay, I can tell you're garbage, but I'll play to a certain point and I'm like, I'm not going to waste 45 minutes on one run when I can tell we're going to struggle all the way through and die right at the end. So it's a waste of time. So I just get the fuck out now. I'm one of those people. Like I can just tell.
I thought I was going to have to justify my comments, but you did it for me. So thanks.
No, I'm
swiftly on.
Brutally honest, man. I know I can be a prick and an ass, and I'll freely admit that. Ruthless efficiency, I think we'd call it.
Right. Okay, next question.
It's like, okay, move on.
Okay. So, limited respawns. What are your thoughts on the Crucible badges? I don't have thoughts on the Crucible. The Faz 101.
No, seriously, why do you not like the Crucible? As a Perseus player, you're going to need one, yeah?
Because much like Hunt, I spend so much time listening to you and Algood fucking talk about it that whatever enjoyment I might have derived from the Crucible has been thoroughly purged from my cranium. Because
heresy.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
He'll eventually get over.
Yes. Revan has just burned execute with the sickest burn I've ever seen. You sound like a League of Legends player.
Used to be. Don't play it anymore. Don't play it anymore. Yeah.
Shadow Girl, Jen. I don't care. Okay. So if I could pay homage to my guest, where's the fucking camera? Limited respawns. I don't care. The Faz 101 asks thoughts on the larger handheld tractor beam gun. The recent video showed a guy swinging a small ship around. Isn't the weight of the ship still being held by the character's legs?
So that's something that came up with Argrid last week. He really kind of didn't like that, didn't he, Badges, when we did this last week? And like the thought process I went through is, well, it kind of puts it in an anti-gravity state. So no matter how much engine force you've got, it just doesn't have any force, because it's in, there is gamification reasons you can come back to. And I didn't have a problem with it. But I also think it needs to be consistent. So I think you got to, there'll be a limit to how big of an object that can remove the gravity from. You obviously can't just take a hand tractor tool and shoot an Idris and start swinging it around, right? There is a limit, or is it power based? Like, can you only do that for 20 seconds? And then it drains the battery,
Was it actually showing in a seriousness that that's what we could actually do? I haven't watched that one yet.
So it was, last week's ISC.
They kind of alluded to, they said we've even toyed with the idea of being able to stop small ships.
Right, okay.
It was more of a, there's people saying it's a joke. I mean, on ships, I can see the argument, but, the idea that you could wield a ship like that, like
That's
bam, bam, like that.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, 'cause I haven't even watched that one yet.
so these guys can obviously see what you can't. Hang on, I'm just
Even the sheer notion that you could, bam, bam, bam with it is just
Yeah. If it was the Herald, I'd understand doing it, but
what the hell? Why isn't this working?
yeah.
Okay, my scenes have just died.
I've got to agree
There
with.
we go. Yeah.
there we go.
Fucking
So I'll just play it real quick, but I'm gonna mute the sound.
I know you got to play it with what they said.
Oh really? No, I just thought you wanted to see him waving the ship around.
That's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
There's no way. There's
the
no way
waving around like that. Yeah, no.
So you want sound? Hold on.
Be able to grab a small Aurora or
Yeah, like waving a ship around like that,
Yeah.
I think's a no.
Yeah.
So he's literally talking about grabbing a small ship like an Aurora. That's what he says. So I know you two boys can't hear it, but that's that's what he said. So yeah.
That's X's interpretation of what he said.
No, that's
So
God, he's worse than fucking Hagrid. Right. There you go. There you go. Look on screen.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
go back a bit. Show the
Thank-
whole thing. This is called context.
it is like you at least could be able to
Maybe
grab an
even
small
the
Aurora
FPS
or
devices are so big.
Nox or something.
Maybe.
Something small. So it,
Like not confirmed.
Yeah, they'll test. All I'm saying is they'll test. I didn't say.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying what he said. But yeah.
Yeah.
They'll test it and determine what's the best way to go.
I would say nah on that one.
The other thing they talked about too is they went through and talked about aggressive and non-aggressive tractor beams. So, in the future, there might be a tractor beam where you can literally use it like a weapon. Even though they've got their engines or whatever, you can grab them and stuff like that, which is kind of what they're alluding to here. Are they going to allow you to have, if he's got the engines on, it doesn't allow you to hit him with a tractor beam. Because right now it's just boxes and bodies essentially, but down the line, like if you've got a gun, can I just shoot with a tractor beam, pick you up really high, and then just drop you and you're gone?
Well, because really, you just get dragged to that now, wouldn't you?
Well, I wouldn't even bother with a gun
just
anymore.
be
I just take a tractor beam everywhere.
Clap.
Yeah.
I just walk in like
that whole
the Sith, and I just grab badges and go.
that whole thing would be requiring. It's basically reliant on your grip of that weapon, because you're going to get dragged for as long as you hold the trigger down.
Yeah.
That's silly. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's understandable if you're under, gamification.
Too
as well.
gamey.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. So Jose asks, quick summary of your thoughts on the Orion versus the Mole and the Prospector.
If you watch any of our videos, it's always an earn down. I'm going to open that image that I always bring up badges. You know the one I'm talking about.
Not that one again. We don't want to see that one again.
God, no, not that one. No,
you don't
we'll
even
definitely get
know.
demonetized.
Not that one.
God damn, you don't even know what I'm talking about, old man. That's how I know.
But
Well, I've had it sent to me too many times. I know which one you're talking about.
You have no clue what I'm talking about. This is the one I'm talking about.
Titanic, Kate Winslet.
Oh, that one.
But execute.
This one.
Yeah.
So this is the old. My phone is ringing. This is the old Prospector. Badges, can you just move slightly to the left or right for me? And there's a Prospector. So in no way, shape, or form can
My camera is auto tracking me.
yeah. There's no way, even with the 8 people that can crew that Orion, can 8 Prospectors even remotely compare with that. And that's the old Orion. It's now doubled in size. So
Yeah.
This is really uncomfortable. Can I come back?
Yeah,
now?
you can stop. I'm just going to stop
Thank
my
you.
phone. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Just but it's horses for courses anyway.
Yeah.
When it comes to a
please
lot
note-
of the ships,
Mhm.
yeah, it's down to personal. What am I going to do? And if there's only me or 5 mates, then that obviously is going to influence the decisions you make in ships you buy too.
Yeah. So the thing we generally recommend with that, Jen, is like say you want a Prospector or you just want to play on your own. rather than buying, say, like a Prospector, a Vulture, a Vulcan, and buying them all separately, buy one bigger ship and use that bigger ship. You can struggle through, you can do one mission on your own in a ship if you have to, and use that to very quickly just purchase the smaller ones.
Yeah, true.
So by buying one bigger one, you are essentially buying all the smaller ships underneath it. It's better. Well, put it this way: the proof we now have of this, like it was all theory for a long time, was let's look at the Vulture versus the Reclaimer. Now it's just a cargo alone, without going into other details. You can obviously look at other details. A Reclaimer holds 16 times the cargo that a single Vulture does, yet it's only 2.5 times the price of the Vulture to get to a Reclaimer. So just on cargo alone, that's not even going to the speed of things, which is obviously going to be faster because it's a bigger ship and stuff like that. You break that down, the Reclaimer is the better way to go. It's just a far more intelligent purchase. And it'll be you can tell the same thing with this. It'll be exactly the same. Where
please note that these views are not necessarily the views of all Emperor owners at the same time. They are individually held.
No, this is just generalized financial sense. It's not, if you want to go get a Prospector, you go get a Prospector, right? Yeah. We're just trying to help you make your money go further. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think I would temper that by saying that there is, of course, you have to earn more money on the Orion than you do on the Prospector.
Yep.
But that is not the only field across which this operates. So, for example, they've said multiple times that large and above will have to be ships that you really enjoy.
Yep. But it does make the earned down economics make sense.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that so that would indicate that CIG are in effect saying that large and above ships are ships that they're expecting you to spend most of your time on.
Yep. Agreed.
So following that logically, meaning that you might need a much larger time investment to make that more money. If you're looking at the mining ships and going, actually, it's going to be part of my gameplay, but not all of it, and not most of it, and not half of it. Actually, that's where the Orion falls over, because now you're not giving it enough time to make that money. And like someone's just said in chat, and I apologize, I missed who it was, but they said that the RSI is like a mining platform, and imagine it in exactly the way, like an oil platform. It's something that's going to have to go out, find a rich area, set up, deploy, and then it's going to take a while to earn that money back, which is great if that's all you're doing.
I do not disagree, but I take that part out of it because, again, when it comes to earning down, it's I'm coming at it from real world money terms, and that's where a lot of the advice. Because I see that as fluff, but I don't disagree with you. Like, I think you are correct. But what I'm coming back to is, like, a lot of the recommendations that Algrid and I give are all based on how far you can get your money to go. Right? That's a lot of the things we do on this channel is just literally making your money go further, making smarter purchasing decisions. Yeah, bang for the buck, 100%. It's not whether. Like, we've got to take feeling out of it almost every single time. And even Algrid and I will tell you, if you want a ship, go get a ship. We helped you get a Perseus. How many times have we shat on your Perseus? We shit on it all the time for being bad value.
What I'm saying is the amount of time that you need to put into something to make it profitable isn't feeling.
That is not proven yet.
No,
I don't have...
But neither is how these earn down. So to say that it's as simple as go big for everyone.
We have enough information now to prove that is the case. Because
well, hang on a second, because if you don't have the information to prove how much time you need to make it profitable, then by your own admission, no, you don't. Because if you don't know how many hours a day you need to pile into that thing, you can't do it for someone who says, well, look, I'm going to take a Prospector and mine up to my next ship.
But at the moment,
or my next ground vehicle.
If you look at just combat ships, even in the events at the moment, bigger combat ships make more money. Right? So based on what we do know, it is steered towards that. But I don't see, like, the way they are designing ship, yes, they are designing ships so the bigger they are, the more time you'll spend in them. I do agree on that, but you'll continually keep making bigger money as well. Right? So and that's because, again, it's solo versus group gameplay. The more people that you are there, the longer you can do things for. It's just how it works in the real world.
Yeah, but does it though? Because it's not a linear relationship.
If I go out fishing on my own,
linear relationship.
If I go out fishing on my own, I go out for the day. If I go out fishing in a fishing trawler or a really big, huge ass boat, I go out for a month, and I trawl the entire ocean and grab every fish under the sun.
Yes, but if you're the sort of person that can only go out for a day at a time, you're recommending the trawler. They don't even get to their fishing grounds in a day.
It's a game, though.
But you're recommending the trawler. No, it's not, because what we're talking about is what field is big enough to sustain that thing. Because if you're mining as we mine now, that is not the efficient way to do it. So how far out compared to the easy access prospector and mole?
That's going to be like ships like that are going to be like you're going to have to be going out system after system to get somewhere more likely for it to.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I just don't think we don't. I just don't think we have the things in game yet. We don't have the bigger rocks. Like right now, even if you look at the prospector and the mole, there are no real mole rocks in game. They just took the prospector rocks and dialed up the stats.
Yeah, we need a lot bigger shit for that.
Yes, precisely. And this is the thing: is that if you look at the money you earn in a prospector, you can earn a couple of hits in an hour. My argument is, yes, you'll earn more money in this thing, but the point is, for time, for those first few hours, you're earning fuck all. And then all of a sudden it jumps because now you've got enough to fill it up. Now it's in the refinery. Because I also don't think in ships like this, you're going to be mining high-end rocks.
No, I agree. I think the Orion is more like a stable, eat as much as possible type thing. But I think it's going to change from profession to profession and ship to ship. I don't think that's fair to hit everything with the same brush like that.
But I also think
this is a very big discussion. This is not something that I think we can do on a stream. This is
potentially an episode.
It is an episode. Yeah, no, I don't disagree on that. No, not at all. I agree with you on that. That like, you know, what could it be?
Well, I see the Orion as I go to bed, my mate that's in the US keeps going on it.
Don't disagree on that.
While I'm off to bed. And then the guy from the UK or Germany will take over from him, and so forth. That's how I see the Orion.
I also see it as in like, you know, the other way you could do it is we all go out for the day mining. You know, you go out and then you bring it back, and there are going to be safe locations at docks and ports that you can leave these things. You know, your org might have an entire base set up. You know, Krakens, Endeavors, and all that, and they park them in space, and they're just surrounded by space mines. You know.
Yep. So I'm just giggling. I'm just giggling at a couple of the comments. Mornstar goes, "This is an episode right now."
No, he says, "I'm having an episode right now."
Oh, right.
That's completely different.
That's even funnier.
Yeah.
Call an ambulance.
Yeah. Mornstar, there'll be a number on the screen at the end of the program. Feel affected by any of the issues discussed.
If you call and that just picks up, it's not his personal number.
Yeah. But again, I've just got to say, for those that maybe haven't seen us have discussions, we often sound like we're getting heated. We are just passionate. We all laugh about it. No one gets angry with anyone else, or if they do, they certainly don't do it for very long.
If we get angry, it's usually resolved the next day in apologies, and it doesn't.
Yes,
it's just because we.
And I've never seen that happen. Yeah, I've not seen that happen. So as
really? You've never seen me in aggregate so heated, like where we get really heated sometimes.
Yeah, no. I tend not to be on those streams because I do quite a good job. I don't think anyone's noticed yet of kind of steering us away from that shit.
Yes, you do.
So I think that happens on the streams when I'm not here.
Yeah.
No. We don't tend to do it live, but like if it's just us in the Discord, and like there are times when me and aggregate really, especially when I'm like if it's Invictus or AAE, Like you were there for that, the end of last year, like the second to last day, and Agra just fucking made me snap, and I just bit his fucking head off. I just, you know, and then the next day I apologized. You know, that's just how it happens. And he knew he pushed me too far though. But it's not, it doesn't excuse what I did. But I still apologize.
Moving along.
Anyway,
Right. I don't care.
Okay, Daniel asks, should we expect the RSA Polaris in the next year or two since the rework was done on the concept?
Yeah. I think it's in line with Pyro. I think when we get Pyro, we'll most likely get a Polaris with it. I'll leave it at that. Anyone want to add?
Jen, is the Polaris a ship that you're looking forward to? Is this?
Well, I've got one, so yeah. It's
Awesome.
it's another one on the list.
I think you need to sling me a very quick picture of your fleet so I know what I'm dealing with here. Because this is part of the conversation that we haven't had.
Mine's a mixed up fleet, so...
Maybe we should do a Fix My Fleet with Jen. We'll do a General Desperado Fix My Fleet.
That'd take a while.
No,
I got bits of everything. Yeah, I got bits of everything. I got about 60 something there, and they're a mix of everything. What just takes my fancy. No. Basically, all it is. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't.
Your wife must really love you.
Yep, she does. I don't know why, but she does.
Yes.
Is your biggest fear that your wife, you know, in the event that you're no longer with us, that your wife sells your ships for what you told her you paid for them?
No, she doesn't even.
Fully cognizant of.
No, she has no idea about them.
The wife gets the ships in the divorce.
So she doesn't care.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she doesn't know. How can she care? That's a great.
But she doesn't. Same as all the gear I've spent here, she doesn't care.
Yeah, I like my ex-wife lives 3.5 hours away. I can actually, she's having a fit right now without quite understanding why. just because I thought about buying a ship. But yeah, Daniel, I hope so. I think there's a reason we've stopped seeing the larger ships being brought to concept, and I think they're working on stuff. I think C McD in chat has said exactly what I'm thinking. After server meshing.
Yeah,
because they're that big.
They want to know
those things are playing a part.
They want to know where they're going to land. They don't want to go right. Promise a ship that can do this, because they might have to backpedal on some things. Like, what if they can't get 83 people working on a Javelin? So if they've got to backpedal, the less back, and I think it's the same thing with like Pioneer. Like the reason why you can't get a CC to Pioneer is that was sold as a base building ship. It's now a manufacturing ship, and until they can set it in stone, so to speak, they don't want to go back to selling it. That's why they've never told us about the modules on the Caterpillar. Until they can actually tell us definitively what things are going to be, they leave them vague and up in the air.
And which they should do.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I now have hiccups. God damn it. Right.
Oh, we'll move along. Next question then.
Distributor 007 asks, do you know if CIG are still working on the Banu Merchantman? And if they are not, when can we expect them to continue the work?
Put a pin in it. They put a pin in it.
Put it on the shelf.
It's on the shelf because they don't want to bring it out without shops. And how far are shops away? I've got no goddamn clue. I would say it's not a priority, is it? Really? If you think about
Kraken revolves has shops as well. So
yep. But again, you bring out a Kraken, you can bring out the default Kraken, and just you know, you get the Kraken as a loaner. And I also I had the argument. I put this to Badgers and our grid. I said, why can't they just bring out the Banner Merchantman as a cargo ship? And I think that shows that they just don't want to put any more cargo ships in the game because they've already got so many cargo ships right now.
Yeah, I think we've got too many.
But the other part of it is what I realize now as time's gone by, we don't have full cargo functionality. So maybe that's when we'll see the Banner Merchantman. Not for shops, but when full cargo is online. So that might be a little way down the road, you know, like again, when we see, so look at things like the Raft. You know, you can't use the Raft properly as a sky crane. So when the bigger cargo containers come in, and right now we've only got 2 different sizes. We've got quarter and 1 SC CU cargo containers. We had a few more of those added in. I think then we'll start to see. I think that's behind the whole C. Would you kind of agree? Whole C, like they said, the whole C is coming this year. They've kind of now said that because I said it was the last time it was for sale.
Yeah.
So maybe the Banner Merchantman is 12 months away. Maybe it's just put a pin in it just long enough for them to get the cargo factor out. And so they went stuff it. Let's put the Pioneer in front. So that's now pushed the Banner Merchantman back at least a year, at least.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I'm sick of hearing from the Banner Merchantman owners.
I'm going to be honest.
Where's the Banner Merchantman? I want it now.
Jen, me and Algrid have got to the point with these.
Because I don't care.
Yeah, me and Algrid have got to this point with ships, Jen, where we actually are happy when they are like the longer they take, because the longer they take, the better they turn out.
Well, that's what I think too.
Yeah. So I've waited longer for that thing than anything else, and when it comes out, I don't think I will be disappointed. Everything I've seen on the Banner Merchantman has been very pleasantly surprising, and I have no doubt that Polaris and every other ship that comes will be the same. All right,
please, mate. Not all the viewpoints and opinions aired on this podcast are necessarily the viewpoint of Inforunners LLC's. Their
associates. You're fired.
Oh, shut up! Of course it is.
Another question for you, Jeds. Where's my Banner Merchantman?
Yeah,
you can just shut the fuck up.
You don't get one. You got the Perseus.
Okay, moving swiftly on. Adamoth asks, when do you think stealth mode on certain ships like the Eclipse will be implemented? You actually said it like a Gamster. It's like, where be implemented, but yeah, you know what I mean.
So definitely it's not a Squadron 42 priority, so that slips down the list because it can be faked. And I kind of come back to like when it's required. When they're working on those stealthy type of gameplays, and unfortunately, like most of the things in this game at the moment, it's on a back burner, and it'll just be when they decide to put it in, And I'm going to be honest with you, I honestly couldn't tell you. That is in that pool of things that they've got to work on, that they know they're going to work on, but there's nothing connected to stealth at the moment. Absolutely nothing.
And unfortunately, that pool is pretty big.
It's very big.
Yeah.
I would say it's 90% of the bloody game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
there's a shit ton to do.
Yeah. Always trying to connect dots, so you can connect dots and you can see things like manufacturing is being worked on at the moment, right? But you can't see stealth. I haven't seen stealth thing in a really long time.
No.
I think one of the things is that stealth is entirely reliant on scanning.
Agreed.
Because that's all it's dealing with. So it's not like armor where you can have armor and just adjust how it deals to different weapon types. Without scanning, stealth means nothing, right? Without the ability to detect. So you're going to expect...
That's a dot. Sorry, I know I'm interrupting you, but that's a connection. So when they work on scanning, then you might see some stealth stuff.
Yeah. And you would expect, kind of stealth to be closer to its final form. Because otherwise every change they make to scanning means they have to completely redo stealth. Here you go. Jack the Nomad O'Neill has a question for you old timers. Do you old farts remember when they called it the baby PU? I might have added old farts.
Yeah, I read the question, and you definitely added that in there.
Well, you young whippersnappers is that?
Yeah. No, I don't remember it just because I'm really old and my memory's gone. So
no, I do remember, but I just,
who are you two?
I just don't like how I would just call it live and test. I think the whole PU thing needs to kind of go out the window. It's a remnants of marketing. Persistent universe, because yes, it is persistent, but it just doesn't not roll off the tongue. It doesn't help new people. Live and test simplifies it.
At least they know exactly what it is.
Yeah,
because we still get the questions now. What's this PTU thing?
Yeah, and just even things like CCUs. Why call them CCUs when you go on your own website and they literally list them as upgrades? There are literally three different. I'd have to check it up, but I think there's three different names. They call it upgrades. CCUs, and there was another one that I'm just brain farting on. But within the website itself, there is three different names for CCUs, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, make it simple.
Yeah, just make it upgrades. Why does it need to like? Why did you have to make a law reason to call them CCUs? What, you thought you were clever? Like, why reinvent the wheel?
And it does have the word upgrade in there.
Yeah, exactly.
So just make it be done with it.
Yeah, ship upgrades, and CCUs. They're the three.
Right.
Yeah. I was trying to remember what it was. Yeah.
I remember money.
Okie doke. I think that's part of the conversation and not.
My main question is, where is my Apollo? The Apollo got taken off the roadmap there.
Yeah. Henrik asks, do you think we can use the salvage boxes from the Vulture and the Reclaimer to feed the Vulcan with repair materials?
It would depend how processed they want the materials to be, because that was one of the things that up in the air for me. Like, are they going to actually make you refine the recycled material? Do you still need to take it through a refinery? Does it need to do? Because think about it, it's technically it's a solid or loose solid. And if you, so for example, if say you've got a bunch of iron that you've salvaged, do you have to have that melted back and down and recycled and turned into iron bars, or is there a way that it can be fed into, it's pure enough that it can just be melted by? It's again, where do they want to take it?
Do they want you to actually do it, or do they want to fudge it?
Yeah. And does it work with some materials and not others? So like maybe it works with iron, but it doesn't work with copper.
And what we can do at the minute, does that become a very obvious patch repair that doesn't match the paintwork? It's just like a generic grey that gets sprayed on, and actually the Vulcan can do a better style of repair, but needs better materials to do it.
Well, it could be
we don't know.
Yeah, it's like the patch the mate's done down the road. He's got a white door.
Yeah,
it's not quite right. But if you refine the material, then you're going to get a proper fix.
And it goes even deeper. Can a Crucible do it, but a Vulcan can't? Things like that. Like we just don't know. There's things like that they just haven't told us. Is the middle repair ship able to do specific really good jobs with recycled material, but the Crucible can't? Like, you can go both ways, like for gameplay reasons. So at the end of the day, it's where they choose to take it, and that just makes it really hard. It's like there's more unknown about this game at the moment than there is known. It's just difficult to answer things like
that. Someone's just said, Max Flashheart in chat has just said, I want to see these three working as the as a team on the bridge of a Perseus, and he's got the UEE ship herding cats, and then it'll be me and X arguing about something completely random, then shouting at Jen to doing something, and Jen just shouting back, "I don't care."
Yeah,
I think we could add Algrid in and just have Algrid and Jen on turrets, and me and you just everything else.
Everybody going, why are you guys up in the turrets? Because we don't care.
Yeah.
We're just
Henrik, all I'll add to what the guys have said is it would be really cool if it was at least part of the materials for the Vulcan.
Yeah.
Because as X has pointed out, the more you add that connection between gameplay loops, the more depth there is, the more fun it becomes, the more the more important everything is. Having that reconstituted material, or whatever it's called, the material composite, it's great as a cell thing, but after a while it just becomes numbers, and it's like you're not seeing what you're salvaging, you're seeing how much UEC you can make per SCU. Whereas if it's something that's useful and it becomes, do I sell it? Do I give it to my team? Do I hold it for myself? Then it's actually a commodity.
I really think that a lot of salvage mining and eventually gas and liquid mining, I think all of them are going to feed into refining, and I think they have to have a profession that stands on other professions, like that. Those professions are 100% reliant on those three professions. It just makes so much more sense to me to have three feed into one, because then you can't have one lord over the other. Like if it's just mining and just gas mining, that's not enough. You need to have a ship like it'll just be so beholden to them waiting for them that'll just devalue the shit out of the ships. Where if they're sport for choice, it changes the whole dynamic very, very, very quickly. And
agreed.
it just makes them have such a valuable place in the game. But again, it comes back to player choice. Do I go out and do my apprenticeship today and risk not having any work to do? Or do I go out and everyone needs me? You know, like it makes it way more interesting to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so Henrik again asks, do you think they will redesign the Freelancer with a prospector-style glass cockpit, or would that be too far of a stretch for a rework? I think it's possible within a rework. Certainly. The question is, are they going to make it look silly?
I think this is a strut question, essentially, yeah? This is what it's coming back to. And I think we can all safely say since the days of the Connie and the Freelancer, they have learned a lot about ship design. Do I think that they will update the Freelancer? Absolutely. I think those core 5 ships that were on the Kickstarter, every single one of them is going to be very different from what it is now. Because they are the ones that are suffering from most age fatigue. And the Freelancer is definitely one of those ships that has not aged well. Right, it is essentially a 2 to maybe 3 person craft that has literally kind of had 4 people forced into it, and it does not. It's one of the most interesting things about this game, looking at the different ages of ships and seeing how they've evolved. And you look at the other ships in that category. That's the Cutlass and the Spirit. They're both 2-seaters, and a third if you have a turret on the Cutlass. And I think if you look at the other 2, you can kind of very quickly see where the Freelancer needs to go to have those fixes. And I think
you just look at with size of ships, how they've seen that what they originally thought was going to work is just not going to work anymore. It's got to be made 5, 10, 20, 30, 40
old
meters
metrics
bigger to do the job. So
old metrics versus new, huh?
Yeah.
Which is why you get us recommend things like the Crucible and the Endeavor all the time, because they're the last 2 that have that. So yeah.
Okay, quick fire round because we are now 4 hours in, but we've only got 5 questions left.
Yeah, we're gonna go. I'm gonna close the bot so we don't get any more.
Yeah, because I need the loo because it's been 4 bloody hours.
I did tell you to
do
go.
You think
I did.
It's
tell you
been
to go
4 hours, you psychopath, and I did.
I did.
So
no.
I don't care.
You should have planned ahead, Badger. Diapers work really well.
Yeah.
You know how I joined 10 minutes before stream started?
Yeah.
Diapers. Why do you think I'm frantically drinking what's left in the bottle?
Because you're wearing diapers.
No, it was piss making.
No, because the diaper's full. Jesus.
Oh, right. What were you up to?
Fucking, I don't care.
Good. Okay. Neither do I.
Do you know what? Fucking, yeah, whatever. I'm out. Okay, so Knock This Actual asks, do you think CIG will do some gold standard pass while they add physical components to the Freelancer? Or do you think Montreal's new ship team should solely focus on the backlog of gold standard?
I think they're just going to start working on more ships. I think they will probably, like, you tell me if I'm thinking wrong here, but they have traditionally had certain studios work on certain ships. And I think, like, some of the ones that we look at, like, Consolidated Outline is definitely a really big outlier at the moment. But I also think as they go more global, that might fade away. So, I don't know. I'd like to see them work on whatever they think is required. And I would hope that they have enough... How are you doing, they would have
He's pissing in a bottle.
Oh, yeah, probably.
No, I'm not.
You know, yeah. He drank it that quick. Wow, that's recycling.
Fuck is wrong with you? Right.
I know you. That's the problem.
Well, I think they're just working their way through the ships anyway, not any particular, okay, quick, let's jump onto this one now.
Yeah.
They're just working on their ships as they go. And I suppose it depends priority with Squadron 42,
Agreed.
with all those kinds of things will affect what becomes a priority for them at the moment. So
I think if they get into bigger ships too, they're going to probably try and knock off all the bigger ships at the same time. It just makes the most sense. Like one of the things we talked about was they did a lot of Drake ships last year, and it looks like there's a lot of RSI ships on the roadmap this year. So I could actually see them working together, even between different studios, and sharing resources to build them all more quickly. It's something we talked about. That makes a lot of sense to me. It also makes a lot of sense to why we don't have a lot of big ships finished. One, we don't have the server meshing, so the game's not ready to support it. But as they come online, to speed that up, 1 year they knock off a lot of RSI ships, and then another manufacturer, and then you go. This thing writes itself. You know, like that's how you do it. You tackle it. You tackle it together, and many hands on deck, and try and share resources as much as possible, like they've done with the tools and all that. Just taking what they've done in other things and reusing it again.
Because we talk about the ships as well, but without the system, like the systems to fly to, doesn't matter what they do with the amount of ships and the size of ships. If we don't have places to go, it becomes irrelevant. So
absolutely,
yeah. So with all that they're working on, man, we're in for a treat before I die.
I think that's the other thing too. A lot of those bigger ships that we currently have, in a weird way, they're low hanging fruit, because a lot of them, like let's look at the Kraken and Idris, and the Javelin, right? They're the three biggest we kind of got. There's nothing that's really bespoke, but Privateer, I'll give you that. But the other ones, they could work in the game right now. Cargo, combat, that's it. You know, Polaris is the same. The only big one that really kind of needs something is the Pioneer. You know, and then you get, as you come down the list, you know, you get into Perseus, the Hammerhead, the Nautilus. The Nautilus is another one that would need help, but there's not many big ones up there that need those bespoke gameplay. So I would hope, you know, down the line, they are ones that they go back and start working on. Once they know what server meshing is going to be, and they're required, I've got to imagine they've got, like, you know, grey boxes of Krakens and stuff like that they can test in the background, you know, and so they're knowing what those limits are going to be. Yeah, I reckon 100%. Definitely the Idris and the Bengal, you know, because they're already ready to go, you know.
And they definitely need to get plenty of more people on board, but somebody made a comment, they just can't hire anybody. You've got to have the skill set that you need.
Exactly.
And that's not necessarily available in the quantities that they need. So
well another part that comes into that is the engine they chose. There is, you know, like, we didn't get enough developers to really kick this game off until they actually got people from Crytek themselves, you know. And there's a couple other things that come around too, like if you're working on a game in the industry, you want to have a ship title. Like, a lot of other developers won't even let you work for them until you've shipped a title. Now, there are people that have worked at CIG for 5 years, which is, you know, almost twice as long as what it normally does take to ship a title, but they can't leave CIG because they haven't shipped a title. You know, and then on top of that, they're using an engine that is kind of aged, where if they would have had far less trouble finding people if they'd used the Unreal Tournament engine, because there was more, you know, that engine is so widely used around the industry now. You work on one game, you can very quickly switch over. It is a lot harder to go from Cry engine to Unreal Tournament engine as an example, the Unreal engine, I should say, you know, because there are differences. Depends what you're doing. If you're just modeling 3D models, not that much difference. But if you're a level editor, massive differences. You know, if you're a coder, massive differences. So, again, why would you work for the Crytek engine? Like, if I was a student again, I'd be going for Unreal 5, 100%. That thing is going to dominate the you know, and we're getting to the point now where things like Unreal 5 didn't exist back when this game started. But again, the tools have developed. If they'd if they'd made this game on Unreal Engine, we might be further along than we are now.
Who knows?
So yeah, it is. It's a what if, but maybe.
Or we could be no different.
Exactly.
But that's the trouble.
But that's the question you got to ask yourself, don't you? You just can't answer those questions. But you still think, what if? I definitely think we would have more staff than we have now, though. And I think that is the one thing I'd say that would put us more forward.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
But the trouble was all the engines were at the same point anyway.
Exactly.
At the time that they had to make the choice. So they had to look at it, and for whatever reason, they went with the Cry engine, but they had there was no other option.
They would have had to build so much bespoke stuff anyway.
Yep, they would have had to done exactly the same amount of work. But, like you say, the people that work with it, more choice.
Yeah, and I think that's the big difference. If they'd used Unreal, we'd probably be further along because we just had more access to more people. So yeah, I think that's the other thing. Like, and I actually think if it wasn't for someone like Amazon buying the Crytek engine, I think we'd be even further behind than we are now. And the sharing of resources with Amazon has probably borne a lot of fruit for CIG.
You would think that would have had to have big payoff for CIG.
I think it's payoff for both companies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and the tech that CIG's coming up with, so for them, so
yep. And as I said, I think it'll ruin games for other. Goes full circle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, next question because we're down to the last couple now, last 4, I think.
Yeah. Okay, Waffle Insanity asks, the Nomad with its hover landing gear. Do you ever think that ship will have a hover mode, not like the old flight mode, but like the vehicles? I guess like the Prowler, making it into sort of a ground vehicle proxy.
Kind of goes back to what I was saying about the hover tank. That's why I think if any company was going to do the hover tank, it'd be that one. I don't know. What about you, Jen? I don't care.
I haven't really given it any thought. It's not that I don't care. I just don't really think about it. Well, when you work 80 hours a week, I just want to play the game. So I don't give too much thought to stuff like that.
I can tell you anyway. I can tell you, Algrid and I, it's a pet peeve with me and Algrid. They reworked the Mustang to get rid of it landing on its arms, and then the very next ship they brought out had hover legs. So like, what the hell can you do that to the Mustang? And yeah, it was just again, but it's the process of learning. They had to go through the Mustang to learn that they could just make hover legs. So yeah. All right, Badges just wants to go to bed. He just doesn't care at this point.
No, I'm just, what I'm doing is I've timed how long it's been since I said rapid fire round. So the next time you have a go at Algrid for talking too long, I can just hold the time up to you. Algrid, I got your back, brother. Right. Yeah. Okay, Max Oil TV says, which variant of Reclaimer would you like to see? I can start first. I want one with the claw rotated through 90 degrees so it can hold a fuck off great big microphone reporter version. I want a reporter version of the Reclaimer with its own TV studio and all that sort of stuff, just like the Mako, just for me. And then it can have its own camera rig so it looks like it's interviewing other ships, and then you just do voiceovers.
I don't think it needs a variant because it can eat a Perseus as it is.
Yeah. I'm so glad we got shipped over to Australia, which is after that comment.
You know what we should do, Jen, is we should just relabel a jar of Vegemite that says lube and send it to right.
That's nice, mate. Because when I get my revenge, you ain't getting no lube.
Not
Bite
again.
The pillow, dude. I'm going in dry. Okay, Jen. Variants of Reclaimer, quick before.
Move along.
Roger. Move along. Okay. Cool. Daniel says, "Thank you for answering my question. Looking forward to the class. Thanks, mate. So are we." Carlos R72 says, what do you see as the critical path on the... Jesus, this is going to be a big question. X, shut your mouth. What do you see as the critical path on the base technology / engine for Squadron 42? So things like Vulcan optimization, cargo refactor.
I think we're seeing that coming this year. I think they've already kind of said by mid this year we should see more improvements. I think we've already seen improvements in 318. I just think that'll be a slow but gradual progression, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Baby steps.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I you know, every time they've done an optimization, it has been quite a drastic. Do you remember, Jen, when they dropped that the object container streaming?
Mm-hmm.
How big was the jump? Was that went from like 30 frames to 60 frames in one patch, like doubled the frame rate. It was crazy.
Yeah, and it's every step they sort of make, an improvement they make, like, and the ones that got to go with full integration of Vulkan and all the other things, we're going to see it becoming more like a universal engine, really, I suppose. Probably not the right word to use, but, you know, where it will help every bit of software we have, or hardware, whatever. And you got the Linux players out there, but it's improving the way the whole game runs. A lot smoother. Oh, so 318 wasn't really smooth, but you know what I mean. But hopefully this year, we see vast improvements. Editors under there for you know.
Oh, god damn it. What's it doing? It's got a mind of its own. Sorry, my mouse is not working.
Oh no.
Now it's
a lazy mouse.
No, it's on the other screen. It's just not.
It hasn't gone flat.
No, it's not flat. My mouse can't go flat. It's a wireless mouse, but it can't go flat. I've literally got a mouse pad that charges the mouse.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's getting a bit crazy.
Yeah, I think the critical path for me, just reading their updates, and this might be entirely wrong, but it's the impression I get from their updates, is that I think they're under a lot of pressure to make Squadron 42 live up to the hype.
Yep.
Because whether we like it or not, Squadron 42 will be seen as a direct reflection of what Star Citizen is going to be.
Absolutely.
Whether that's right or not, open for debate. I'm not making that statement. What I'm saying is this is how everyone who's not involved in Squadron 42, Star Citizen, being backers, looking at the game, that's how they will see it. So, yeah, you know, I think
that's true.
You know, Squadron 42's success or not is directly going to fuel Star Citizen. If Squadron 42 comes out, blows people away, people are going to take that game and it will be literally a gateway drug into Star Citizen.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, to me, Squadron 42 is sort of a make it or break it, really, and I understand why they are not rushing it.
Yeah.
As much as we want it, I understand why.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just the fact that they've got a cast in there that is, to be honest, better than most films and most TV series is in there. That it's out there.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And you can't have the cast they have and just put out any old shit. You've got to do it right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so that's all our questions for this week. We will have a show this week. The Algrid was telling me that he was actually surprised how well the show we did on metrics went. We did a show on ship pads. And he was actually surprised because we like sometimes we do episodes like, oh, this is gonna go down like a like a lead balloon, you know, and we do them because we want to inform people, but apparently it was quite good and people quite enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over. We'll have a episode this weekend, but I'd like to thank everyone for the super chats, the bits, the bobs, all that type of thing. I'm going to raid DG360 again on Twitch for you guys, so make sure you tell him how he needs to buff his head because it's not polished enough.
We don't want that.
Yep. Yeah. Anything else you want to say, Jen? Where can people find you on the interwebs, Jen, if they want to check out your stuff? Have a good time. Good laugh.
GenDesperado on Twitch. That's about it.
Yep.
GenDesperado on Twitter. That's about all there is.
Yep.
Couldn't care less about the rest of it. I'll be on TikTok later. And And you can catch me on GenDesperado OnlyFans as well. So,
yeah, the one OnlyFans site we pay money to put clothes back on.
That's right. Hey,
If you ever wanted to watch a grown man shit mud,
that's where you go. 7 days a week.
We are definitely demonetized now.
Yeah. All right, before this gets any worse, all right, everyone say goodbye to everyone on Twitch. So
see everybody.
Have fun over there with DG. We'll see you next time. All right, so
take it easy.
They're off. As for you guys on YouTube, don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell. If you want to go the extra mile on Patreon, thank you very much for joining us. Again, we'll have a show this week for you. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And other than that, I think that's it. He's been Badges. He's been General Desperado. I've been Execute. And we'll catch you next time.
It's Evans, everyone. Cheers.
Love you.
Love you more.